please, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching, yes, the Yankees Entertainment and Sports Network.
Some Italian ices. It is that sort of day in New York City. But the fans don't care. They're heading to the ballpark because it is time for baseball as the Yes Network presents New York Yankees baseball. This afternoon, it's the New York Yankees against the San Francisco Giants in the middle game of a three-game set from Yankee Stadium in the Bronx. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Yankees Baseball, along with Ken Singleton and Paul O'Neill. I'm Michael Kay. Well, the Yankees won the first game of this three-game set last night. It was a real nail-biter, and because you might not have seen it, Kenny's going to go over all the Yankee scoring. It's not going to take that long.
You're very right, Michael. The fact is the Yankees did get it started early, though. Within two hitters, they had a run. Brett Gardner had singled, and Starlin Castro runs up, run into the gap in left center field. Gardner scores. It's 1-0. In the second inning, Carlos Beltran, having a heck of a season, drives in another run. It's 2-0. But the Yankees needed this run in the eighth inning. Austin Romine, little chopper. Brandon Crawford, the shortstop, has it, spins, throws. The throw gets away. Headley at third base. Great base running. Heads up. He will score. The Yankees win 3-2.
Told you it wouldn't take long. Time for today's home field advantage, presented by Lowe's. The Yankees are on a 10-game homestand. So after 8 games, they're 5-3. They haven't scored much. They haven't hit much. But boy, they pitched well. 2.25 ERA. And speaking of pitching, today's pitching matchup brought to you by People's United Bank N.A. See what know-how can do for you. Ivan Nova will get the start for the Yankees. And for the Giants, it's Johnny Cueto. Paul, tell me everything you know about Johnny Cueto.
Well, Johnny Cueto has been phenomenal. He started the All-Star game. He was the big off-season acquisition free agent. He'll give you everything in his bag of tricks. He'll quick pitch you. He'll turn. He'll look like Louis Tion. He uses 5 pitches, but you cannot argue with his numbers. 13-2 so far for the San Francisco Giants.
And everybody who faces him knows that he is number 47 because he shows them that on almost every single pitch. What a great year for the Giants. We know it already. Why? Because it's an even number year. What do I mean? Come back and find out. That's next on Yes. For San Francisco, even number year, they win the World Series. It's amazing. 2010, 2012, 2014, and they missed the playoffs in 11, 13, and 15. So what will 2016 be? Will it be a San Francisco treat? We'll find out. We'll find out about today as well when we come back. Lineups, first pitch, baseball, the Yankees against the Giants. Middle game of a 3-game set. Coming up next, right here on Yes. Brought to you in part by GMC. We are professional grade. Learn more at gmc.com. By Heineken, open your world. And by Volkswagen, hurry in and get a great deal during the Volkswagen model year end event. Well, it is a scorcher here in New York City. Another hot day as the Yankees take the field. Nice crowd on hand on a late Saturday afternoon in the Bronx. Yankees won a thriller last night by a score of 3-2 with Chapman getting the final out on a strikeout of Brandon Belt. So hoping for more excitement today. It should be fun. And we are going to have a ceremonial first pitch, so why don't we listen to PA announcer Paul Olden.
He commands the Army's Special Forces Green Berets, the Army Rangers, Civil Affairs, Psychological Operations, and the Army's 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Commanding General of the United States Army Special Operations Command, Lieutenant General Ken Tobo.
A little fire behind that. Threw it well. And Brian McCann with the reception. So we're close to baseball now. The Yankees have taken the field. So why don't we take a look at the Giants starting lineup put together by manager Bruce Bochy. The center fielder Denard Span is going to lead off. Batting second and playing left field, Angel Pagan. The first baseman, Brandon Belt, will hit third. Catching and cleaning up, Buster Posey. Brandon Crawford, the shortstop, bats fifth. Batting sixth, the DH Jarrett Parker. Connor Gillespie, the third baseman, will bat seventh. Batting eighth, playing right field, Mac Williamson. And Ramiro Pena, the second baseman, will bat ninth. And you see Ivan Nova on the mound for the Yankees, 7-5 with a 4.92. Started the season in the bullpen, moved as a starting rotation. He's given up 95 hits in 86 innings. You see the walks to strikeout ratio. Opponents hitting 277. Let's check out the pitchers' scouting report brought to you by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Well, Ivan Nova needs to keep it going. I mean, to make a comeback for the Yankees, it starts with starting pitching. And over the last 6 games, the Yankee starters have a 1.75 rotation, their ERA. And plenty of grounders. He's a sinker ball pitcher, 55% ground ball rate, which is the 4th highest in the American League. September 21st, 2013. Important date? Well, it's a good luck date. He faced the Giants once before, and he pitched a 6-hit shutout. So hopefully he can duplicate that.
Let's take a look at the defense behind Nova. It's presented by Geico. In the outfield, it's Gardner, Ellsbury, and Hicks. That's left to right. Infield, Headley, Gregorius, Castro, and Teixeira. Third to first. McCann behind the plate. Paul told you about Nova on the mound. Now, Beltran is the DH today. A-Rod is not playing against the righty, Johnny Cueto. So the Giants are in a little bit of a tailspin. A 6-game losing streak for the Giants. Haven't won since the All-Star break. So Denard Span is ready. Ivan Nova is ready. And let's do it here in the Bronx. First pitch is a strike, and we're underway. The crew chief is Larry Vanover. He's the home plate ump. Chris Guccione at first, David Rackley at second. Alfonso Marquez is over at third. And the 0-1. Popped up behind the plate. McCann couldn't pick it up right away, but it's in the seats nonetheless.
Yeah, one thing we've noticed over the years with Nova is he's getting a lot of ground balls. That means his sinker is working. But one thing that might work in his favor today, too, if you look just in front of home plate. Before the game, I saw the ground crew really watering it down. Yeah. You can see how much darker it is than the rest of the infield, and that's because of the fact it's almost like mud. So that's going to help him as well. Ground balls will not get through the infield quite as quickly. I'm not saying they doctored the field.
A little home cooking never hurts.
You can do. Teams have done that. The Giants used to do that with Maury Wells at the Dodgers at Candlestick Park. They watered down
first base.
Yeah. So he couldn't get a good jump.
Giants 57-39. And the 1-2. Fouled away.
I mean, if you step in that, you might lose a shoe.
Especially the first 2 or 3 innings,
yeah.
right? Wade Boggs used to love to. He told Danny Cunningham it was almost like mud in front of the plate. And he was thinking more about his fielding, not the hitting, you know. And when he hot shots down there, it really slows it down a little bit.
Well, he's a line drive hitter anyway.
Yeah, it didn't matter. You get 350. Who cares what the home plate looks like, right?
1-2, up and away. Defense fairly straight away against Span. Nova deals. 3-2.
Span's been swinging a hot bat lately. Last 7 games, almost 370. But before that, he'd been struggling somewhat. He's starting to pick up the pace.
Fly ball, right field. Hicks is there, and he puts it away. For the first out, let's look at the game time weather presented by Bigelow Tea. It's 97 degrees. Humidity is 29%. Wind 12 miles per hour. And a heat advisory is in effect until 7 p.m.
Oh, we got to be at least in the 6th or 7th inning by then, huh?
And on the field, it's nearly 100. Even not on the field, it's 97. So, bright sunshine. It is a summer day. Here's Pagan.
Look at the flag zone, Michael. There's a nice little breeze. At least it's just not still out there in the heat.
Whoa. 2-0.
Big question with Nova, Kenny, is he always gets movement on the fastball. Whether there's a movement down or is it kind of sideways? When it's down, he's good. Sideways, he gets hit.
Now that's an umbrella that's doing the job.
That is the shade right there.
Right.
That might be left over from one of those fancy drinks.
Yeah.
Two 1.
Tell you one thing, Ivan Nova can get that call right there. Pagan not real happy with that low sinker. Not much you can do with this pitch.
That has plenty of movement on it.
I guess we're even now, right?
Now his last start, Girardi was really concerned with Nova the first 3 innings because he had the All-Star break, and the last thing you want with a guy who sinks the ball is to have him be too strong. And he was really trying to find it, then kind of straighten himself out once he got a little fatigued going into the game. That's always a concern when the sinker ball has too much rest. 3-2. Up and away. Pagan works a walk. That's going to bring up Brandon Belt. Belt ended last night's game. A real nice matchup against Aroldis Chapman. And he struck out on a 103-mile-an-hour fastball to end the game and give the Yankees the 3-2 victory. Let's take a look at the G. Peters scouting report on Brandon Belt.
Well, this year he was a first-time All-Star. In fact, he won the fan vote. The Giant fans got behind him. He had the last spot on the National League All-Star team. Since the All-Star break, he's 1 for 26. He's been struggling. And the last note was Daniel Murphy, the former Met, now with the Washington Nationals. He's the only player in the National League with more doubles than Brandon Belt. He has 1 more.
Really?
Belt has 27. Murphy has 28. Murphy's having a fantastic year for the Nationals.
Weak wave there, 0-2.
That's a hitter looking for a sinker ball, and all of a sudden you kind of wave at that curveball. Good call by McCann. Back up that pitch.
Shift is on for Belt. 3 infielders on the right side. Only Didi on the left.
That great pitch right there. After a couple curveballs, then you show a pitch upstairs, and now you can go back to that sinker or the curveball. It's important, Kenny, as a sinker ball pitcher, every once in a while to throw that ball up in the strike zone, just to make hitters see something different.
God is capable. He's 8 out of 9 stealing bases. Got to keep an eye on him.
And the 1-2. Still 1-2.
We're doing a good job of changing his rhythm every once in a while, holding him every once in a while, going quicker, and that's the one thing that really messes with a base runner. If the pitcher messes with the timing, can't get a good jump.
Just missed.
Joe Girardi and about 40,000 other umpires said that was strike 3. We'll take a look. You see the movement on the fastball, and according to Larry Vanover, it was just off the corner.
Tell you what, I don't know, because that ball's sinking away. It's off the corner.
In 2. Early going, it looks like Nova has a lot of movement, which is going to be hard to control.
Well, the Giants on a 6-game losing streak. You'd expect them to be aggressive here and send a run. Just trying to make something happen.
Runner goes. That one is lined to center field. It's a base hit. Pagan will go to third. The throw from Ellsbury not in time. So Belt 1 for 26, as Kenny told you, picks up a single, and the Giants have runners on first and third with 1 out.
And Didi got in the way here, and Pagan's asking the umpire, is that interference? Kind of a strange position for Didi to be in. Receiving the ball at third base. Pagan didn't know where the ball was. A lot of times a base runner, after your third step, you want to kind of check out where.
That could have been dangerous.
Yeah.
Reason Didi is covering third is the shift was on, and he was the guy on the left side of the infield. Here's Buster Posey, who left last night's game after fouling ball off his right foot, but back in the lineup today. X-rays were negative. Cleanup hitter first and third, 1 out. Strike.
You know, another reason to send a runner with Belt at the plate, and we mentioned he's been struggling. You make him concentrate on putting the ball in play when he knows the runner's going, and he knows that he takes too big a swing and strikes out. Pagan might get thrown out at second, so he hit it right back where it came from.
Served into right field. Hicks comes on. He'll make the catch. And here's the throw. It is a beauty as Pagan holds up. Joe Girardi was talking about this before the game, about Hicks being in a terrible slump, not hitting all year. He said, but he does things on defense. He says you hit fly balls or base hits to him, they will hold a runner at third. And that's exactly what Roberto Kelly did.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. That's a big break for Nova, too. Posey did a good job of hitting to shoot that ball to right field. Just the wrong place at the wrong time. Hicks caught it right in rhythm. Good throw. Would have had him dead at the plate.
Remember years ago playing for Roberto Clemente in winter ball, he said when you're not hitting, there are other ways to help the team. If you happen to get on base one way or another, you can run the bases well and you play solid defense and you can still make your contributions.
Here's Brandon Crawford. He had a rough night in the field. He's a Gold Glove winner at shortstop in the National League. He had 3 errors in last night's game, including the throwing error that allowed Chase Headley heads up to score the third run, which turned out to be the winning run. Oh. 0-2 on Brandon Crawford.
These are the places and the times that Nova, as Pineda did the other night, he made the big pitches when he needed to get out of innings to save runs. These are the time in the first half. If you look at it, Pineda, Nova were not able to make these big pitches in big situations. Right now, to get out of this inning with nothing, big time in the game.
Yeah, Tanaka made some big ones last night too.
Huge.
And the 0-2. 1-2. Well, I know that it's been an age-old rule in baseball. You can't give up a hit on an 0-2 pitch, but with pitch counts so prevalent, why are you wasting pitches on 0-2 and 1-2?
Well, that was a pretty good pitch, though. It was designed to make him chase it, and he wouldn't do it. So you give Crawford a little credit for holding up. There are other hitters not as disciplined. They would have swung at that. But Michael, I see your point. I would say if there's nobody on base and you get somebody 0-2, just put them away.
We see it all the time. 0-2 goes to 3-2 all the time.
I think pitchers, they get to that mentality. They make that perfect pitch, get that strikeout. Just don't change anything. Get 0-2 that quick, put them away.
The 1-2. Line to left field. Coming on Gardner, and he makes the play. A sparkler by Brett Gardner to keep the Giants off the board. Gets a good jump, goes into the slide, and makes it before it hits the grass. The Giants strand 2. The Yankees coming to bat. Johnny Cueto gets a start for the Giants against the Yankees. Giants don't score in the top of the first, so let's take a look at the Yankees starting lineup presented by Lexus. They'll face Johnny Cueto. Yankees coming to 49-47, trying to go 3 games over 500 for the first time this year. Brett Gardner just made that catch. He's in left, batting second. Jacoby Ellsbury will play center. The DH, Carlos Beltran. Brian McCann will catch. He'll clean up. Batting fifth, second baseman Sterling Castro. Didi Gregorius is shortstop at 6. Dropping down to 7th, first baseman Mark Teixeira. Chase Headley at third base will bat 8th, and batting 9th and playing right field, it's Aaron Hicks. And here is Johnny Cueto, his 20th start, 13-2, 2.64. Let's check out the pitcher scouting report brought to you by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Well, Johnny Cueto, he wanted to make a big first impression. Signed in San Francisco as a big free agent this winter. So far, so good. 13 wins, tied with Strasburg for the NL lead. Strike one 70% of his pitches, which leads all of MLB. As far as pitch selection, it's very diverse. Uses 5 pitches, and they're pretty much all in the same, percentages. And he just, not one pitch. There's a quick pitch. He's got a whole bag of tricks out there for you, but he's got good stuff.
30 years old, signed to a 6-year, $130 million contract. Giants were in on Greinke in the Greinke sweepstakes. Arizona ended up winning out. So the Giants signed Cueto and Samardzija.
Like Cueto still has his All-Star shoes on. There's white shoes that you usually see a lot of guys at the All-Star game.
Another quick pitch. We have one of those homie matchups today. Both pitchers from the Dominican Republic. In fact, their hometowns are about 75 miles apart.
Countrymen going at it.
Exactly. Bragging rights on the line.
Now Cueto is from the era they call the cradle of shortstop, San Pedro de Macorís. And the 3-2. Popped up, shallow center. Span is there, and he puts it away. Let's check out the defense presented by Geico. Denard Span is in center, so we start there. You've got Pagan on left, Williamson over and right, Gillespie, Crawford, Pena, and Belt third. First, Posey behind the plate, and Cueto is on the mound. When Cueto first came up to the big leagues, he was called Little Pedro, and his idol, as he made his way up to the big leagues, was in fact Pedro Martinez. Another quick pitch. Does that have that much of an effect, Paul?
It does. Yeah, I mean, it just messes with your timing, and then sometimes you expect it and it's not there, and then you kind of forget about it and it is there. It can be a weapon, but not a lot of pitchers can do it, because the important thing is it rushes your delivery also, and you've got to be able to throw strikes with it.
It is again.
The thing about his quick pitch, most pitchers, when they use a quick pitch, are going to throw a fastball, try and blow it by you. But he uses quick pitch and uses the variety of pitches that Paul was talking about. He can throw anything up there with a quick pitch.
Tipped into the glove of Posey, 2-2.
He's got that little Louis Tiant move when he turns his back. What'd you say, Michael? Everybody knows his number?
Everybody knows it's 47. And sometimes he keeps the leg hanging a little bit longer than other times. So a lot of different. There's a quick pitch. Grounded to third. Gillespie. 2 away. Giants are doing something today that you hardly ever see anymore. They were out here early. Neither team took batting practice outdoors, and they were taking infield practice. And I just thought, are they taking infield practice because they've been so bad defensively since the All-Star break? And here's some of it going on. And I was told no. Bruce Bochy wants them to take infield practice at least once every series.
Yeah, I love it. It's just a part of the game that I think teams don't do enough, because they get off the field and this and that. But I mean, where is like an outfielder do you get an opportunity to make throws to the bases other than the game if you don't take infield? I mean, you can take millions of fly balls, but to really put yourself in a position to make those throws, infield, I always enjoyed infield, and it's kind of an art that they don't use anymore.
Teams used to do it before every game.
Yep.
Now, Dwayne Kuiper and Mike Krukow, who do the TV for the Giants, and they might be as popular in San Francisco as any of the players. I mean, they were beloved out there, those two guys. They said they love infield practice. It's baseball ballet.
You ever see the Phantom
Yes.
Phantom infield where everybody, you take infield, there's no ball. People go through the motions. The coach acts like he's hitting the fungo. You talk about ballet. That's it.
If you saw that shot over there, Dwayne Kuiper, I ran into him, and he's wearing a San Francisco Giant T-shirt. He goes, "Can you guess which team I work for?"
Oh, they're doubling up over there now.
Obviously, it's a hot day, so they're going with the Giant T-shirt. I said that wouldn't work here in New York. We get criticized quite a bit if we wore the NY on a T-shirt. 3-2 count on Beltran. He has 6 hits and 16 at-bats in his career against Johnny Cueto. It's popped up. Gillespie battling the sun in foul territory, puts it away, and the Yankees go down in order. 1, 2, 3. We're going to the second. Steamy Saturday at the stadium. 0-0 on Yes. Today's conversation brought to you by Toyota. RAV4 Hybrid is the official hybrid vehicle of the Yankees. Which franchise do you consider to be the most iconic in the National League, and why? Luke Becker says Cardinals have the most championships in the NL, and they're one of the classiest organizations in baseball. You can argue Cardinals, Giants, Dodgers.
Yeah.
Follow Yes Network and tweet us your responses using hashtag YankeesRAV4 Hybrid. Keep the conversation going. Jarrett Parker leads off the second inning with a single.
Seeing Nova get a lot of those sinkers up in the strike zone with not a lot of sink. A lot of balls have been hit hard. You want. You see, this has got like a tail on it. There's not much downward motion.
Yeah, it's kind of right down the middle too.
It kind of hits the middle of the barrel that way.
Here's Connor Gillespie.
Paul, you were talking about the Phantom infield, and we were on a tour of Japan, and we did the Phantom infield for the Japanese fans. Loved it. I don't know if they'd ever seen it before, but one of the twists to it was second baseman Richie Dower would act like he got hit by a bad hop. And trainer Ralph Salvon ran out with a towel that you couldn't see, but it had blood on the ketchup on the inside of it. So he held it to Richie's head. He comes off, he turns the towel over, his ketchup all over. Japanese fans are going crazy.
That's like an Emmy for the Phantom infield right there.
The 0-2. Deep to right field. Fair ball. It is gone. It is a foul ball. Gillespie just misses a 2-run home run.
I'll tell you what, if you're Nova right now, you got to figure, I'm getting very fortunate. I mean, here's a ball that just misses going out. First inning, a couple of line drives that were caught to save runs, and this is just a hanging breaking ball. Not a lot of bite to it.
Yeah, he's got to hope that soon he gets out of this little rut that he's in, making pitches towards the middle of the plate.
He could not hold up. He's down on strikes, 1 away.
A good sharp breaker out of the strike zone. You saw McCann's target. He wanted him to bounce that ball. Didn't want it in the strike zone.
Well, he shows him another one, but this one's much better. A hitter just misses a home run. He gets that next pitch. It's the same sort of pitch. I'm going to get this one. No, not really.
Without a golf club or a snow shovel, you're not going to get that one.
Here's Matt Williamson. Williamson pinch hit in the 8th inning against Andrew Miller yesterday and got an RBI double. So today he gets the start. Out in right field is batting 8th.
Well, I tell you what, Bruce Bochy had to feel yesterday like he was rolling the dice, bringing both those guys in back-to-back. 2 big pinch hits. Tied the game up and then ended up losing it.
Yeah, Williamson was 4 for 9 as a pinch hitter this year with a home run.
Grounded to third. Let's see if they turn 2. There's one. The ball bobbled on the first, not in time. Once Castro bobbled at second, he lost the play at first.
Castro having a little trouble in the exchange. Let's see if he caught it out in front of him. No, he actually got handcuffed, got it back under his body where you kind of lose sight of the ball. Lucky to hold on to that and get the lead runner. That's a ball that needs to be a double play.
Yeah, it does, because he's going to have to work a little harder here. And, you got the number 9 hitter up. Even if he makes out, they have the top of the order coming up next inning.
I also think that's a rule that should be changed in terms of scoring. You can't assume a double play. Yeah, you could. That should have been a double play.
So you're saying he should have gotten an error?
Yeah, I think that I don't want to get Starlin Castro an error. I'm not talking specifically about him, but it just doesn't make sense. You can't assume a double play when it's right there in front of you. If he completes the play, it's a double play. That one is served into left center field. On the run is Gardner. He can't get there. Cuts the ball off in the gap. Williamson is rounding third. He's coming home. Here's the throw. Here's the play. He's out. Beautifully executed by the Yankees to cut down Williamson trying to score from first.
I'll tell you what, Didi Gregorius made a tremendous throw right here. Got rid of it right on the money. But the key was Gardner got it to him as quick as he could. Another big play for Nova.
It's helped by Gardner's great play in the first, not too bad here in the second, and a really nice tag by McCann as we go to the bottom of the second. Yankees, keeps the Giants off the board.
A couple key plays right there. Brett Gardner didn't wait to gather himself. He just got rid of the ball, got it to Didi to make the strong throw. But Didi threw an absolute rocket to the plate. See, he had to go out and get kind of a short hop. He got himself in a good position and gave McCann a great throw. Yes, Mo, brought to you by your Mercedes-Benz Tri-State dealer.
Yeah, Williamson was rounding third. He was around third when Didi got the ball. Usually that means that the runner's going to be safe, but Didi's got such a strong arm. And you think back to spring training, how many times they make you chase balls in the gap and work on your relay throws?
Kenny, that's back to infield.
Yeah.
I mean, those are the times you work on those things, hitting the cutoff man. And like I said, if Brett Gardner takes his time to gather himself and make a stronger throw, they've got no chance because Didi doesn't receive the ball quick enough.
Now, Pena was given a double on that, and the out has made it home 7-6-2 if you keep the score at home.
This is what Paul's talking about. Watch, he doesn't gather. He just gets it to Didi as quickly as possible. One hop, and there's nothing wrong with this throw. Right on the money. Would have been over the inside corner for a strike from short left field.
2-2 count on McCann. 4 hits and 10 at bats against Cueto. Brian's in a slump. 1 for his last 18, down to 234. This comes on the heels of a very hot streak for him.
I was going to say he's been a little more streaky this year. Yeah, he's either scorching like he's Mercury, or he's like Pluto or Neptune. You know, he's really hot or really cold.
Don't go to the planets. I got in big trouble the other night. Michael just called me out all over the place.
What? You call Pluto a planet? It's not a planet anymore.
Oh, no, I'm getting hammered from both sides.
Lined into right center field. It is a base hit. Cutting over is Span. He'll cut the ball off, and that holds Brian McCann to a single. So he's now 5 for 11 against Cueto.
What did he get on you about?
I was just talking about a few things out in outer space, and all of a sudden he called me on it. It's all right.
Kenny was just wrong about something, and I made the mistake of correcting it. And then bring it up again the next day.
Still here. We can still go after it.
Yeah, I feel bad I brought it up altogether.
Castro had 3 hits against Madison Bumgarner yesterday. 9 for 24 in this homestand. Now, if you've been reading the papers and they give you the matchups or seeing what we gave you as tomorrow's starting pitchers, everybody had it that Samardzija was starting today and Cueto was starting on Sunday. And it's not that they made a change. The Giants always intended to start Cueto in this game, but they just didn't tell the PR guy.
Type.
Or just an EPR.
They go into the team error.
Yep.
Well, one reason they do that is to have Bumgarner and Cueto back to back, because in most series both of them are going to pitch.
Yeah, big series. You got both of them.
Strike 3, Castro. Down looking.
Seen a lot of close pitches not called. Let's see this. Looks like that's off the plate away too, but he did get the call. Good pitch.
Here's Didi. Fouled away and out of play.
Been over. I mean, if you watch Cueto pitch, I mean, you really can't tell a lot speed changes everything. But I mean, four-seamer 22%, two-seamer 21%, changeup 20%, slider 20%, and a cutter. So he basically uses all 5 of his pitches at the same rate. It's not like a fastball and he'll use a cutter once in a while. So as a hitter, you got to be on your toes and just pick up the baseball. You cannot guess along with a guy who uses 5 different pitches.
It makes you wonder if Posey has enough fingers for the signs.
And boy, has he used them effectively. I think this would surprise a lot of people. From 2011 through 2016, he has the 2nd lowest ERA in baseball. Kershaw is first at 2.08, and then Cueto at 2.70. And there's a base hit in front of Williamson for Gregorius. Moving to second is McCann. Yankees have runners on first and second and 1 out.
I love hits like that. They're jam shots, but it means watch the bat. It comes straight through. It doesn't come under the ball. Got jammed so much he had to take it off. But, you know, if you stay through the ball this way, you got an opportunity to you know, loop that ball into the outfield even when you're beat inside. Like that, kid.
Take a hit any way I could get it.
A one-hand shot to right field.
Here's Mark Teixeira. He's been dropped to 7th in the order. And with more on that, here's Meredith Marakovitz.
A little bit of an unfamiliar spot in the order for Mark Teixeira. Joe Girardi was asked about that earlier today, and he said, we're just in a situation where we want to take advantage of some of the hot bats in the lineup, and they want to have a righty in between Didi and McCann. Starlin Castro has been swinging the bat so well. Since July 4th, he is batting .362. As far as Teixeira is concerned, Joe Girardi said he just hasn't been able to get the consistent at-bats due to the injuries this year. He thinks that's a big part of the reason why he is yet to get going this season. I spoke to Teixeira the other day, and he told me his goals for the second half of the season are simply trying to stay as healthy as possible and getting on one of those hot streaks.
It's the 3rd time since 2004 that he's starting in the bottom 3rd of the order. He also did it May 21st and 22nd of 2012. Both he batted 7th. And he was returning from bronchitis, and Girardi was easing him back into the lineup. He was asked, Girardi was, if he had a talk with Teixeira about batting in 7th. He said, yes, I did. And then the follow-up was, well, how did that conversation go? He said, I'd rather keep that private. But, you know, veteran players, they, you know, they have a pride to them and an ego, and they're used to batting 3rd or 4th. I'm sure it's not an easy thing. I'm sure it's not easy for Alex Rodriguez not to be playing. But Teixeira is hitting .185. Swing and a miss, and he's down on strikes.
Cueto looked like a 2-seamer, a little movement on it, away, up and away for the strikeout. Yeah, I can remember batting 8th a few times. Well, Paul, you never batted that low, did you?
I remember batting 7th numerous times. It's tough lefties or things like that, but you know, it gets your attention. But you know, in that day, you know, in those days with a DH, you know, your lineup was pretty well stacked, and it was all about, you know, the balance and this and that.
Strike to Headley, 1st and 2nd, 2 outs. We're in the bottom of the 2nd, 0-0. (0-2).
Well, with all that movement, you watch Cueto. I mean, his control is amazing, because, you know, he'll actually lose sight of the catcher, the strike zone at times when he turns, and then quick pitch. You know, he's setting off his whole rhythm. But his control with that much movement is amazing.
Cueto got the win in Game 2 of the World Series last year against the Mets. Pitched a 2-hitter. And the Royals beat the Mets 7-1 in that game. And that was the first complete game with 2 or fewer hits in the World Series since Greg Maddux threw a 2-hitter in Game 1 of the 1995 World Series against Cleveland.
Michael, you don't want to see wasted pitches. Look at that. That was an 0-2 pitch, like right down the middle.
Yeah.
Chase Headley fouled it back.
Cueto wasn't happy with it.
But you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
I would tell my manager, listen, if you want me to waste 0-2, 1-2 pitches, then let me throw 130 pitches.
So,
but if you're going to take me out after 100,
yeah, I'm going after guys right now. And in the old days, it was up and in every time 0-2. It's a wasted pitch, but the pitch counts were not as big as they are today, obviously.
Or I'd make a deal and say, listen, I'll futz around on 0-2, 1-2, but don't count those toward my pitch count.
I think a lot of it depends on who's hitting. If you got a big hitter up there, you might not want to lay it in there.
And I'm not saying lay it in there,
Yeah,
Ken. I'm just saying, throw your pitch.
You try for a corner.
Right.
Yeah.
Time called. 4 o'clock start, so the shadows will play a role in this game. Right now, they're right around home plate. But when they get between the pitcher's mound and the batter's box, that's when it affects. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 on in the bottom of the second. So deuces are wild. So Cueto certainly is building up a hefty pitch count. 43 here in the second inning. And the runners will go 3-2 and 2 outs. Three-two. Foul bat.
Good swing. Headley the last 2 nights. Now he did have a base hit last night, but he had some good swings off Bumgarner, and he's had some good swings off of Cueto, particularly in this at bat. In fact, so good that Posey's going to have to talk to Cueto right here. This is one of those just a hair late.
Rocking the camera back there.
Well, the camera's nodding, yeah.
I'm with you, man.
Yeah.
Runners will go again. 3-2. Swing and a miss. And Headley down on strikes. 3 strikeouts for Cueto in the inning as the Yankees strand 2 will go to the 3rd. Report brought to you by Mohegan Sun. Unlimited possibilities await you at Mohegan Sun. Plan your trip at MoheganSun.com. Kenny, I'm surprised the first line isn't Ben McAdoo as the new coach.
I see where you went there. But the good news for the Giants, even though they lost last night in 6 in a row, the Dodgers lost too. So they maintained their 4-game lead in National League West. The bad news, they haven't been hitting well. 7 for 53 the last times with runners in scoring position. The pitching's been awful since the All-Star break, and they've made 24 errors in their last 28 games. They need to get healthy. They have to get guys like Pence back in the lineup.
Yeah, they're not the Giants right now.
No, they're not.
This is not their team.
And, you figure once they get healthy, they'll go back to their winning ways.
A base hit for Denard Span. He lines it past the diving Headley, so a leadoff single here in the third. Really hot day. Looks great. Oh, no. Oh, that's off.
I'll still take the rest of that, Michael. We had those last time.
That was good, right?
Really good. You might be a little giddy by the end of the day with that, though.
Here's Pagan. That wasn't last homestand. That was this one, Paul. It's all blended together. That was good, though.
I have been here a while.
I think it was last Saturday.
Nice.
You mean you guys were having those during the game?
They delivered them to us. It was awesome.
Yeah, there was no alcohol in it.
Oh, okay.
I started talking a lot more, Michael. Then I spiked yours.
And you were getting a little loopy, but I wasn't sure if it was the...
That's just me? I was just coming out of my shell, that's all.
Teixeira holds Span at first. It's a base hit to right field off the bat of Pagan. Span round second. He'll go to third, and Hicks will flip it into second. So first and third, nobody out for the Giants.
Well, if you're Larry Rothschild, you could see this starting to happen. I mean, he's just not making great pitches. His sinker's not sinking. His curveball's not sharp. He's kind of wiggled out of the first couple innings.
Defense helped him.
Yeah, the defense really helped him. But again, you're going to have to make some better pitches. You're going to have to get the ball on the ground. You're going to have to get that ball sinking instead of kind of sailing sideways. And again, giving the signals for the first and third.
One thing Joe Girardi did point out in his pregame press conference is the Giants did put some tough at-bats on the Yankee pitchers last night.
Chapman, they're the bottom end there.
Yeah.
Brandon Belt. Backhanded pick there by McCann, saving a run.
I think it's been long before you see Green start to get up in the bullpen. He threw the ball well the other day. It's a guy you're going to look to for some length out there.
That was a strike. Got decent velocity today. Fastest pitch was 95. That was 93. But as we said earlier, his pitches might be moving a little bit too much.
He really needs a ground ball here to try to save some pitches, get a double play. He'll give up a run, but still.
Two and two. That was 95 miles an hour.
Beck for that curveball out of the strike zone to try to get a swing and a miss. But you're in a position, obviously, you've got to challenge Belt.
I have a feeling that Pregame might be moving on this one.
Yeah, especially with a sinker ball pitcher. Guys, ground ball, you want your guys in motion.
Does not go, and Belt swings and misses. Big strikeout for Nova, 1 away.
Well, he went back. I think that McCann realizes he's not throwing his really good sinker, so he went back to the breaking ball. Good enough to get Belt to good out of the strike zone. Huge out. It's amazing Kenny is, as much trouble as he's been in, and even now still in trouble with 1 out. I mean, you're one good sinker from getting out of this inning. The problem is Buster Posey, one of the better hitters in the National League.
One and 0. Posey, one of just 14 players to win a National League Rookie of the Year and an MVP award in his career, and he's certainly not done.
4-time All-Star.
Voted the face of Major League Baseball a couple of years ago.
He's out of Florida State University. I'm sure that his former coach Mike Martin is very proud of Buster Posey and what he's done so far in his career, and what he should be doing for the rest of his career. He's that type of player. And it's funny because when he got to Florida State, he was an infielder, and they switched him to catching. And certainly it's a move that paid off, both at Florida State and certainly for the San Francisco Giants.
Let's see if they can turn 2. There's one on to first. It's a double play. So Nova gets out of a first and third, nobody out jam, and the Giants do not score. He's working it like Houdini today. And the pregame ceremonies honoring different facets of the nation's military. Hal Steinbrenner and his wife on the field as the Warrior Foundation was presented with over $175,000 in donations. Beautiful ceremony before the game here at the stadium. Military Appreciation Day, and we appreciate them every single day, not just today. Here's Aaron Hicks.
But fans who appreciate the jam that Ivan Nova just got out of, first and third, nobody out. Major league teams, when they have that situation, 94% of the time they score at least one run. And he got out of it. All those and Michael, those shadows you were talking about are starting to come into play a little bit more now.
Hicks is 1 for his last 22. Count now 2-2. Girardi spoke before the game about Aaron Hicks and how it's difficult for a guy who's used to playing every day not to play every day, and that somewhat affected him. And he said, but we still believe in him, and he's got skills, and he helps us win games when he's in the outfield. He said, and we do believe that he will hit. Yankee organization very high on the skill set of Hicks, but it certainly has not manifested itself at the plate. We heard so much about how he owned left-handed pitching. He's a switch hitter, and from the right side he would hit very well, but he's actually hit better from the left side. 2-2. 3-2.
A couple fastballs, and you see that quick pitch with an off-speed pitch, and you know, when he starts jumping at you and stuff, it kind of gets you out of the rhythm. Obviously, we've talked about as a hitter. Just looks to me like Hicks is kind of in a defensive mode as a hitter, just trying to stay alive and saying he's had a couple good pitches to hit in this at bat.
He's feeling for the ball.
Yeah. This looks like a matter of time before Cueto makes his pitch and, you know, and gets it.
That was ball 4 right there. Up the ladder. Still got a piece of it and fouled it off, but you know, part of being a good hitter is having good plate discipline and knowing your strike zone, and you're trying to get on base leading off an inning.
Hicks battling Cueto, and Cueto's pitch count getting up there. He is at 54 with nobody out in the 3rd inning.
Looks like the top of his jersey, they're getting a little discolored with perspiration. One of those days. I'd rather be too hot than too cold.
Oh.
Grounded to second, gobbled up by Pena, 1 away.
You know, everybody used to ask about, you know, the heat, playing in the heat. You know, as a player, you know, you go in the dugout, you go in the clubhouse between innings, you sweat on the field, you expect to sweat. And to me, it was always the fans that were stuck out in the sun. It was, you know, that it was worse than playing because you're moving around. Again, back to your point, Kenny, much rather hit when it's hot than when it's cold.
Look, it didn't bother you when you were a kid, 11 and 12 years old, and now you're getting paid for it. So
it makes it better, right?
Yeah.
Also, fans might not know, but in each dugout there is air conditioning, and there's vents right above where you sit, and really blows very cold air out. So you do get that respite.
There you go.
Just walk by that and you get a blast of Arctic chill. That is knocked down by Crawford, but trickles into center field for a base hit.
This has been a tough play for Crawford, even if he came up with it. He was going to have to gather himself and get enough on the throw to get Gardner at first base. I don't know if that could have been done. It'd have been tough. He's going to have to run it down to hold Gardner to first base here. Just off the thumb of his glove. Well, maybe he would have had a play.
He realized who was running, and then he sprinted out to get it. They call that an error, huh?
Wow. Has not been a good weekend for Crawford. His 4th error.
I feel bad for Gardner.
Ellsbury rockets one into center for a base hit as Gardner goes to third.
You watch this. You got to remember, this is one of the elite shortstops in the National League and possibly of all of baseball. 1 error. 2 errors for Arm and Hammer, and the big one right here allows Chase Headley to score the winning run.
I'll tell you what, those hair looks terrific. First and third, 1 out. Here's Beltran.
I'm going to write in E6 on that Gardner play, but with pencil.
Yeah, it might get changed.
Yeah, it might get changed. You know, when you're at home as a hitter, you expect to get a hit.
Absolutely. Line drive kind of up the middle. You figure everybody else is getting those calls at home, that you should too.
The official scorer, Jordan Spreckman, good guy.
Don't ask Gardner.
Yeah, exactly. I get a different opinion.
Fouled away, 1-2.
Beltran, who reached base 4 times last night. A couple hits, a couple of walks. It's like he was the guy that the Giants designated not to let beat them, and he still drove in a run last night.
Cueto has a good move to first. That was not his best move. One, 2. Fastball misses inside, 2-2.
Do you guys remember Darrell Evans?
Sure.
Yeah, good hitter, home run hitter. Beltran is 2 behind him on the all-time list. I was looking up Darrell Evans today. Played 21 years. 414 homers. Played for the Giants for quite a bit.
So 3-2. Do they send Ellsbury? 1 man out. Gardner at third. We're in the bottom of the third, 0-0. Runner goes. Grounded to first. They check the runner back. Belt steps on first. Moving to second is Ellsbury. 2 outs.
Good job by Belt. That ball's not hit hard enough with Ellsbury in motion. You're not going to turn 2. So he freezes Gardner. It's an out.
Let's see what the Giants do here. McCann had a base hit his first time. Posey's going to go out and talk to Cueto. Right-handed hitter on deck. He struck out Castro his first time.
kind of a game of lost opportunities at this point. Both teams with opportunities to score. Pitch was figuring out somehow, some way to get out of it.
Five for 11 from McCann with 3 home runs against Cueto. Strike. Cueto works from the full windup. 0-2. The Giants have threatened, but the Yankee defense has thwarted San Francisco, kept them off the board. And the Yankees are hoping that Ivan Nova finds it because his defense has really helped him out. Cueto with the long sleeves on a 97-degree day. The 0-2. Ground ball to second. Ping is there, and Cueto has worked out of trouble. Both Cueto and Nova escape artists today. We go to the 4th inning looking for a run. Report brought to you by Montefiore, doing more in state-of-the-art health care. Boy, the Giants are banged up. Hunter Pence is working his way back from a serious hamstring surgery. Joe Panik is on the concussion DL. Matt Duffy has a strained Achilles. And Chris Heston, who threw a no-hitter against the Mets, 60-day DL with a strained oblique. It's a lot of talent on the shelf. And Bruce Bochy trying to keep it together. His team's still in first place, so certainly makes things better. Went into the Giant clubhouse before the game. Very relaxed, very loose atmosphere despite losing 6 games. And it was a very professional organization, very professional team. Audi scoreboard 0-0. And specifically wanted to say hello to Hensley Mullins and Roberto Kelly. And Mullins he's the hitting coach, Hensley. He was sitting in front of a computer looking at videotape, and Susan Waltman was looking at him to get the radio pregame. And she said to him, "Are you busy? I know you're in front of the computer." He goes, "That stuff is eyewash. It just makes you look busy."
I think the tone for ball clubs are set by the manager.
Yeah.
And when you walk into certain clubhouses, in this case, Bruce Bochy's clubhouse, very professional. He's been around managing what 21 years, and he's not the type of guy who's going to panic, even though they've lost 6 in a row. They do have the 4-game lead.
That always helps.
Yeah, it does. But I think he feels confident enough in the players that he has that they'll eventually turn it around. I mean, when you have pitchers like Bumgarner and you got Cueto on the mound today, and Samardzij's having a pretty good year. He's pitching tomorrow. He knows they'll come out of it. The Yankees just hope it's after they leave town.
Exactly. I mean, a lot of times you face teams at the right time. This might be the right time. A couple of their star players not in the lineup now.
Kenny, I have good news for you and better news for Brett Gardner. They changed it to a single.
See that?
That's
wishful thinking up here, Kenny. We're hitters, man. You need hits.
That's right.
So get that eraser out. Well, you see some of the swings now, Michael, and I think that you're noticing that those shadows might be coming into effect. You just don't pick up the spin of the baseball, and you'll see some wild swings.
That one swung on and tipped into the glove of McCann. 2 away. Here's Joe Girardi talking about sometimes it's the timing of when you play a team, not the team you play.
People always say, would you rather play a really hot team or a team that's cold and it's a good team that's due to win? I don't know, but I think it does matter. I think timing is important, and as we know, these games are extremely important to us, and we need to continue to play well.
Well, they won yesterday, 0-0 today in the 4th. And the pitch to Gillespie is outside, 1-0.
I always felt when you were going to play, you look at the next team and what they're doing. If they've been losing a lot of games, you would hope that they'd win 1 in the series. You kind of get it out of their system. Then you come to your town and you start beating them again. You're always thinking about the law of averages.
Yeah, the probability thing, especially of a really good team.
Here's the wild card standings right now. The Yankees 4 out of the 2nd wild card, but they'd have to jump over 4 teams to get there. Red Sox are first. Blue Jays hold the 2nd wild card. And the Yankees will meet the Astros in Houston 3 games starting on Monday.
Well, the Astros got buried at the beginning of the year, and they came out of it.
Well, the Yankees have been climbing back from 9-17, and they have played over 500 for a long time, but that 9-17 really set them back.
Look like Nova's starting to hit his stride.
A little bit. I mean, you're seeing a lot more swing and misses, and I think the shadows are taking effect also. But he's had a couple sharp breaking balls, and you do see a little sink. I think that double play ball that he got gave him all the confidence in the world that maybe today is his day.
Grounded to Castro. And that's the first 1-2-3 inning for Ivan Nova. As the Giants go down in order, we go to the bottom of the 4th. Yankees Baseball on Yes is brought to you in part by Buick. Experience the new Buick for yourself at Buick.com. By People's United Bank N.A. Tap your mobile phone, check your balance with Touch ID. And by your Tri-Honda dealers. Hurry to your local Tri-Honda dealer for great deals on the 2016 models.
Kicked my feet up over there. You looked at me like I was crazy. I'm not supposed to enjoy the game here?
Of course you are. I was just looking at your socks. Castro swings at the first pitch and lofts it to center field. Span makes the play. One away. Audi scoreboard 0-0. You know, talk about the Giant coaches who I had gone in to talk to. One of their coaches is Sean Dunston.
Yeah.
Former #1 pick out of New York, and he does all their video review stuff. And he was working with the infielders as well.
He's from Brooklyn, I think.
Yeah. Looks like he's in great shape. He can still play.
High energy guy that loved to play the game of baseball. Used to put all kinds of pressure on you defensively. Just sprinted to first on a base hit. If you bobbled it, he was on his way to second.
Very strong throwing arm. #1 draft pick of the Cubs years ago. We were talking about a lot of people thought that Didi should have played in last night's game. Joe Girardi gave him the night off against Madison Bumgarner, despite the fact that Didi's hit left-handers so well during the course of the year. Didi, 9 games this year that he hasn't started. In the next game, he's gone 14 for 28.
Likes that rest, huh?
Yeah, I like a day off every once in a while.
Nubber gonna get himself a cheap hit.
Now he's 2 for 2 today.
He's had a one-hand hit to right field, and then a little nubber down the left field line. Or, I mean, what's better than this, huh, Keddy?
Well, I'll tell you what, he's got to be feeling pretty good. Not because he's got the 2 hits, because he's bound to hit one hard pretty soon. Right off the end of the bat, and somehow this ball's going to stay fair. You see the, we'll pick a language, English, Spanish on that ball, and he's going to beat it out for a base hit. Pick any language. Ball had a lot of spin on it.
All right, so the shadows now are a factor. Guys, what is it that's tougher to pick up, the fastball or the spin on a breaking pitch?
Breaking ball.
Yeah, I think the breaking ball, because the fastball, you assume everything is a fastball, and then you just don't pick up the spin of a breaking ball, and you're way out in front.
Here's Mark Teixeira. Struck out in the second with runners on first and second, 1 out. Mark 1 hit in his last 15 at bats, pitches high. A litany of injuries have slowed Mark down this year. The knee, the neck. Fouled the ball off his foot the other day. And before he broke the leg last year, he had a relatively injury-free season, and certainly the top 10 in MVP before he got hurt. But this year, simply has not been able to stay on the field, and the truncated playing time has certainly affected him at the plate. And there's a base hit to right field. Gregorius will go to third. It's bobbled out right by Williamson. They're sending Didi home, and he will make it. Yankees lead 1-0. Teixeira's at second.
Wow. And it's the second time in this series a Giant outfielder has overrun a base hit. That's going to be, that should be yet another error.
I'll tell you what, and you look at Bruce Bochy, these are the things that, you know, don't cause losing streaks, but help you to stay in them.
Yeah, he might not be panicking, but he doesn't look too happy right here. Williamson comes over. It was going to be first and third, but he bobbles it. Joe Espada took advantage. He's going to send Didi home. Didi has third base made, but Espada sees the bobble, sends him home, and the Yankees take the lead. And another miscue by the Giants.
It looked like the bobble, Paul, was that he was trying to get himself in position to throw.
Yeah, absolutely. It looked like he was going to reverse and kind of throw behind him. But I'll tell you what, you hate to see Didi going in home plate head first. It's so much easier to go in spike first. You don't want to see him hurt that shoulder.
He actually didn't even have to slide.
Yeah.
Throw wasn't home.
He's getting set up and kind of planning his weight to turn and throw. Close that glove.
Ooh, that was a tumble.
That base hit had to feel good for Teixeira. He doesn't get an RBI, but he's trying to collect hits right now. Only his second hit in the last 16 at bats. But the way he's looking at it, he's 1 for 1. Now the sun kind of hiding behind the clouds, so that gives the Yankees a little bit of a break at the plate.
It's hilarious you say that, because I remember numerous times in day games you start to look up, and if there's a cloud next to the sun, you kind of hurry up and get in the box. Or if you see one coming, you kind of stall a little bit, because it does make a big difference. Kind of shaded now. If you're Headley, you're like, hurry up, let me take a look at this one.
Throw it over the plate.
Yeah.
Checks his swing. Did he go? No, he did not. And Headley didn't even look up. He just started taking off the shin guard. And Alfonso Marquez spread his arms wide, so he did not go. And that'll bring out Dave Righetti.
It's kind of a veteran move anyway. You can see he didn't swing, and you're trying to rough it off. If the umpire is thinking, I guess he didn't think that he swung at it, go ahead. That's only the first walk handed out by Johnny Cueto today. Doesn't walk many.
This Carpetta telecast presented by authority of the New York Yankees and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the aforementioned New York Yankees. Well, Righetti doesn't look much different than when he pitched for the Yanks. Now a highly respected pitching coach and has won 3 titles here with the Giants. Today's pitch count brought to you by the Acura Summer of Performance event. So 81 pitches for Cueto, 50 strikes, 31 balls, and still just 1 out here in the 4th inning. Aaron Hicks takes inside.
Well, if you're the manager and you're the organization, you know, you look at Hicks and you just say, you know what, he's not going to get a lot of hits. So the hits that he does get, let's make them big ones. And this was an opportunity right here. So that whole front side kind of opening up, which does not allow you as a left-handed hitter to hit that outside pitch.
So quickly down in the count, 1-2. Grounded to second in the 3rd. So we've got Teixeira at second, Headley at first, 1 man out. 1 run already in, bottom of the 4th inning. Strike 3, Hicks down looking, 2 away.
It's just a hitter caught in between, you know, and thinking and then not allowing yourself just to see the ball and react. Fastball right down the middle with 2 strikes.
Had a little run to it, but I think this whole at bat was set up by the first pitch. Was low inside. It makes Hicks think inside. 2 of the strikes that he took were over the outside corner, and I think that it's a nice setup of pitching by Johnny Cueto to pick up that strikeout.
Back to the top of the order, and Brett Gardner. Brett's 1 for 2, fly ball to center, and a single off the glove of Crawford. That was in the 3rd. Ground ball to second. Pena's there, and Cueto works out of further trouble. But the Yankees get a run on 2 hits. Leaving 2, we go to the 5th, 1-0 Yanks. tropical. See a picture of my son there on my phone, and also great tropical drinks.
Keep your shirt on, man. Keep your Speedo off, all right? Tropical's good enough.
It's nice.
All right. If this gets a little weird, we know what's in here.
Cadillac scoreboard, 1-0 Yankees. Mac Williamson leads off against Nova, and the pitch outside. 1-0. High drive, left field, going back, Gardner, turning, looking, see ya, tie game. And made up for the error in right.
Well, the Yankees had gone 4 games without giving up a home run here at home. And that was their longest stretch in a few years, but this one's right there for Williamson to turn on, and he did not miss it. His 6th home run of the year.
There's a strike to Pena.
Williamson's last home run came just a couple of days ago, a few days ago, in Boston off of Drew Pomeranz.
Pena pops it up behind the plate. McCann, 1 down.
Look at the pitch selection. I mean, I think McCann is more comfortable with his breaking ball today. He just has not been able to get that diving sinker. You know, to his credit, you're in the 5th inning and you've given up 1 run. You've got out a couple jams without your best stuff. I mean, it might be a great learning experience for Nova if he can get through this. And these Yankees can win this game. Plus, they have to go to something else. Maybe you have to change up or something that to keep them off that sinker, because it's just kind of hanging. Again, that's 3 consecutive breaking balls, because I don't think McCann trusts that sinker right now.
Spans 1 for 2. One and one. And the pitch. 2-1 on Span. Span with a fly ball right in the first, single left in the third. Hey, the Giants have certainly had their opportunities, but haven't been able to break through until the Williamson home run. 2-2.
That was that off-speed pitch there. I just think McCann is trying to figure out a way for him to get outs. See that change-up grip, and he kind of turned it over. And again, that looks like the 2-seamer, but it's not quite there. It's smart for McCann to try to find that 3rd pitch now.
Grounded to first, Teixeira. 2 outs. Kenny mentioned the Yankees' 4-game streak without allowing a home run. That's the longest streak of home games without allowing a home run since June of 2012. And that was against Tampa Bay and the Mets. And those 4 starters were Pettit, Nova, Sabathia, and Kuroda. Ground ball to second, backhanded by Castro. And he'll get Pagan. And Nova bounces back from the Williamson home run. But Mac Williamson, who got an RBI double against Andrew Miller yesterday as a pinch hitter, starting today at right, hits one into the bullpen and left center field. His 6th home run of the year, and it's a 1-1 game. Yankees Baseball on Yes is brought to you in part by Delta. We fly to 135 destinations from JFK and LaGuardia to get you where you're going. Delta, keep climbing. And by Ford, the official truck of the New York Yankees. We're halfway through, bottom of the 5th inning. Jacoby Ellsbury will start it off against Johnny Cueto, who's thrown 86 pitches through 4. 1-0. Cadillac scoreboard 1-1, each team with 6 hits. And the giant error resulted in the Yankee run. Ellsbury did not get the start yesterday against the lefty Bumgarner. Came in later for defense. He's 1 for 2 today. Singled in the 3rd inning, grounded to 3rd in the 1st. One and 2.
I think every once in a while Cueto gets away with a pitch or two because he does screw up the timing with his windup and with his hesitation, sometimes quick pitch. Batters are kind of jumpy up there trying to figure out what's coming. It's just another thing to put in a batter's head.
Swing and a miss. Ellsbury down on strikes. That brings up Beltran.
That might have been an example of what you were talking about, Paul. That pitch was kind of right there, but a little quicker pace with the delivery.
Swing and a miss. 1 and 2.
Again, you see him, mix up fastball, cutter, slider, changeup. Ever hit a guy like this that would slip pitch and quick pitch and turn around? And Rick Mailer, I used to face for Atlanta. He used to quick pitch once in a while, not nearly as much as Cueto does now.
Faced T on it with all the gyrations, but he didn't quick pitch very often.
Cueto wanted that call to count 3 and 2.
I mean, he's thrown pitches to Beltran 83, and the last one was 95. Yeah, so there's a lot of speed variation along with the gyrations on the mound.
Swing and a miss. Beltran down on strikes.
Well, it's a long way back to that dugout after you strike out, Kenny, and you look at the lineup card and you're like, wow, I got to wait 8 more batters before I get another shot at that.
Cueto directing the infield, moving Belt closer to the line from McCann. You don't see that often anymore, where everything is such an exact science, where they have lasers that tell you where the fielder should stand, and Cueto just moved Belt over.
Tell you, this inning is kind of like a microcosm of what he is and what he's been this year. So many arm angle, but control wise, right around the plate with everything. And just fun guy to watch pitch. I don't know that I'd want to get in there and try to figure all of it out.
Strike 3. He strikes out the side. The Yankees go down in order 1, 2, 3. We go to the 6th inning. It's a 1-1 game on Yes. ever Star Wars night. There'll be a special Star Wars theme throughout the night and appearances by some of your favorite Star Wars characters. In addition, the first 18,000 guests in attendance are going to receive a special R2-D2 Yankees knit cap. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com, visit the Yankee Stadium ticket window, Yankees clubhouse shops, or call Ticketmaster at 877-469-9849. Pitch is high to Brandon Belt as we start the 6th inning. 1-1 game. Belt's 1 for 2. Paul, I've got information I think you're going to be very interested in because you're always preoccupied with the size of my head.
Yeah.
Bruce Bochy.
Oh, he wears an 8.
Has the biggest head that has ever been measured in Major League Baseball.
Is that right?
A number 8. And it was so hard for him to get a helmet when he played that he had one helmet, and every time he switched teams, it had 16 coats of paint on it.
Oh, that's hilarious.
And one time, he hit a home run. He had 26 home runs in his career. He hit a home run against Nolan Ryan. And his teammates took the helmet, put ice in it, and had a full 6-pack in there in his locker to celebrate.
Oh, these are the things that only happen in baseball locker rooms. It's hilarious. I just like the way you started that story. You got my attention right off the get-go. You're so enamored with the size of my head.
And Belt works well because, Paul, you don't understand how many people I run into in the city, and they'll go, you know, O'Neill's wrong. It's not that big. I mean, really, that's what people think now.
Really? Well, you know, when you're standing in front of the Empire State Building, things look a little smaller, you know?
Oh, my goodness.
That's all. That's what it is.
Wow.
The big buildings down there.
Wow. Nice. Good find. Another little tidbit about Bruce Bochy, who is definitely going to go to the Hall of Fame. There have been 10 managers that have won 3 or more World Series. Bochy's one of the 10. The other 9 are all in the Hall of Fame.
He's done.
But Bochy has hit more home runs than any player that has ever been born in France. So Bochy is actually from France. His dad was in the military, an Army Sergeant Major who was stationed in France when Bruce was born.
C'est la vie.
I would have never guessed that. That's a good one.
Fouled off.
Well, he made the big pitch to Buster Posey earlier in the game to get the double play. Good little sinker there. Again, it's just inning by inning, pitch by pitch today with Nova. You remember when you were hitting and all of a sudden, you know, you didn't peek back, but if the pitcher went to first, you kind of noticed where the catcher was. You always wonder if it was on purpose or if he was kind of trying to trick you.
You're right, because you're not supposed to. That's the time to do it. When there's a man on and a pitcher throws to first, everybody's watching the ball, including the catcher. So that's when I would turn, maybe peek to see where he was. So was he sitting outside?
Yeah.
Was he sitting in?
I used to always wonder, you know, if he was an automatic throw over, if the catcher would, you know, set up outside and really come inside.
They're not that good. That's the only time you should do it. And it's got to be very subtle at that.
Belt leads off first. Nobody out. Top of the 6th. And the 2-2. Swing and a miss. Posey down on strikes. He's 0 for 3 against Nova.
Tell you what, if you watch one guy that Nova's really pitched well today, it's been Posey. And this is a good little slider. Ends up off the plate.
There's Brandon Crawford.
Another big play in the game in the first inning. I mean, Brett Gardner took a big chance coming in and made a great play to get Nova out of that first inning. And you just kind of hope that Brandon Crawford wakes up when he leaves town. He's had defensive problems we've talked about. You just hope that he doesn't try to make up for it offensively. Boy, I've seen some highlights, and you just know how good this guy is. All around, everyday shortstop.
Leads their team in runs batted in.
Yeah, 61 RBIs coming in last night.
61 today.
Get to this point of the game, and it's always the curious question, Michael, who's available out of the big 3 coming out of the pen in a close game? Get the lowdown.
Miller threw a lot of pitches in yesterday's game, but they had not worked the previous night. I would suspect they're all available.
The Yankees can somehow get the lead here. I mean, Nova's pitched an incredible game. He's trying to win his 3rd consecutive start.
For the first time this year, right?
Yeah. Well, he's won 2 in a row twice. He's lost 2 in a row twice.
And if you think about it, Kenny, I mean, for the Yankees to make a run offensively, you know, some things have got to change. But Pineda and Nova have to have huge second halves. I mean, it starts with pitching. Tanaka, you trust. You know what you're going to get from CC. Nova and Pineda are your 2 and 3 guys that you need to get wins.
I was mistaken. He's won 2 in a row 3 times this year, including his last 2 starts.
Swing and a miss. Crawford down on strikes. He's 0 for 3 against Nova.
Second time that Crawford has struck out. This is a good 2-seamer. And it might have actually moved off the plate. And he couldn't stay with it. Had just enough mustard on it to get it by him.
That's an old school right there, Kenny. A little mustard on the fastball, huh?
Mustard.
Here, the Yankee fans trying to drown out the many Giant fans in the crowd.
Mustard, hot sauce, wasabi.
Here's Jarrett Parker, who's 1 for 2. Strike.
Just watching, I mean, every once in a while, you really don't know a player. Jarrett Parker yesterday was watching take batting practice. Unbelievable power. Launching him in the upper deck like it was nothing. Young left-handed hitter that's going to continually get better.
Swing and a miss, 0-2.
And he had 6 home runs in his first 14 games in the big leagues. Parker. Only one other Giant has done that. That was Willie McCovey.
Because I bet his name's Willie. He's either McCovey or Mays.
And the 0-2. Swing and a miss. Gets away from McCann. He gets an angle over to Teixeira, and that'll do it. So 3 strikeouts for Nova. in the inning. And the leadoff walk is wasted. We go to the bottom of the 6th, 1-1. Coverage of baseball brought to you by T-Mobile. How about some league leaders? Batting average. Jose Altuve, the Yankees, we see him on Monday, 358. Mark Trumbo, the Yankees just saw him and kept him in the yard, 29 home runs. And Edwin Encarnacion, 86 runs batted in.
86 runs. He's 14 away from going all the way around the board.
Pretty nice year.
Yeah, free agent too.
Starlin Castro takes inside 1-0.
And Trumbo can be a free agent at the end of the year.
Yep. Altuve's locked up. They've got him signed. That one's ripped foul. Now, we were all talking before the game with the Giants' legendary broadcaster John Miller, and the last two times that these two teams met, or the last time these two teams met in the World Series, is 1962, and it ended on what is a legendary line drive off the bat of Willie McCovey with runners on 2nd and 3rd in the 9th inning of the 7th game. And the amazing thing is, Kenny, is that, I mean, we're in such a mixing and matching era in baseball. Ralph Terry was on the mound. McCovey is coming up. There's a lefty ready in the bullpen. First base is open. Ralph Houck comes out and talks to Terry, and he says, pitch to him. I mean, that would never happen now. And McCovey scalded the ball, but it was caught.
Here's the last outs.
And Bobby Richardson made the catch, and that was the end. Almost knocked him over. It was hit so hard.
In this day and age, Ralph Terry wouldn't have been in the game.
No way.
He was the starter. He'd have been the closer in the game.
And what an inning it was, because Matty Alou opened it up with a bunt single. His brother Felipe Alou tried to sacrifice and ended up striking out.
Chuck Taylor was the next hitter, and he made an out.
Right, and then Willie Mays double. So that put runners on 2nd and 3rd. You have McCovey due up, and you have Orlando Cepeda on deck.
3 Hall of Famers in a row.
And they did not go to the lefty.
Played by the gut back then, Michael.
I guess so. The major, Ralph Houck, played by the gut. Swing and a miss. Castro down on strikes. 4 strikeouts in a row for Cueto. Now let's see how Cueto matches up with Louis Tion. back and now from the front. It's just a turn it's the same. And Louis also had the stop motion when the man was at first base, which everybody argued is that a balk, but no, it's his normal motion. He would almost stop in increments before he got to the belt.
Yeah, Louis also had a big chaw tobacco in his mouth.
Did he?
Yeah.
Pitch outside to Gregorius. Garrett Law's up, and so is the pitch count of Cueto, 107.
Cueto has been as high as 119 pitches this year. It was way back on April 26th against San Diego, a game that he won 1-0. He went the distance. Be interesting to see. You know, you got the bullpen warming up. If he comes in and he talks to manager Bruce Bochy and says, "Hey, I'm not going anywhere." He's kind of locked in lately. Last inning, this inning, yeah.
He's been as sharp as he's been all day the last couple innings. Again, I mean, Bruce Bochy, Joe Girardi, they know the length of the season. You need these guys down the stretch.
Oh, that was a little shoulder shimmy.
Yeah.
That's the first we've seen that.
Shoulder shimmy.
That was pretty interesting. Let's see.
He's probably saying Louis didn't have this one.
Shoulder shimmy and Yesmo.
As Gregorius strikes out, 5 strikeouts in a row for Cueto.
Fastball just has a little life on it, just above the barrel.
So here's Mark Teixeira. He singled to right his last time up. The ball was bobbled by Mac Williamson. That allowed Gregorius to score all the way from first. And that's the Yankees' only run. We're in the bottom of the 6th inning. 1-1 game.
He just shook off about 9 pitches.
I was going to say, most guys don't have that many, but he probably does.
You know, sometimes the pitchers will do that. They'll shake off, and then come back to the first one. Just trying to confuse you.
You know, we see the shift on Teixeira, and another story that John Miller was telling us is that when they put artificial turf in the Candlestick, Willie Mays was on first, Willie McCovey was at the plate and pushed the bunt down the third baseline, and Mays scored from first base.
McCovey got a double.
Yep.
Yeah, he was a few guys back then that they employed a shift on.
Yeah, he was one of the very few.
Dead pull hitter. Ted Williams, they used a shift too, right?
There's a strike. So 3-1 on Teixeira.
When you're hitting over 500 home runs, a lot of times those shifts didn't work.
You shift them in the bleachers.
Yeah. There's John Miller on the left.
And Dave Fleming, his partner. There's a ground ball to first. Yankees go down in order 1, 2, 3 in the 6th. And we go to the 7th inning. Tied at 1. Fios is not cable. We're wired differently. Visit getfios.com. Jeff Samardzija will go for the San Francisco Giants against Nathan Eovaldi. Our coverage right here on Yes begins at noon. First pitch will be right around 1:07. Now, speaking of starting pitching, the White Sox are playing the Tigers tonight at U.S. Cellular Field on the south side of Chicago. The scheduled starter is Chris Sale, and he has reportedly been scratched from that start. Coming into today, there were rumors, you see the GMC scoreboard 1-1, that the White Sox and the Rangers were talking about a deal that would involve Chris Sale. So that would be a shocker and a pitcher of the utmost ability. That one's driven to right field. Hicks is there and retires Gillespie. One away. Now the White Sox are saying that he is scratched with the flu. His name has come up in trade rumors, but scratched with the flu is what they're saying. But we have heard rumors all day about Texas and the White Sox. I just, Kenny, I mean, you got a pitcher like that who's signed to a very team-friendly contract long term, and I know they're 10.5 games out right now.
You got to be getting a boatload of players and exactly the ones you want if you're going to trade somebody with the value and the abilities of Chris Sale. I mean, when they get, sometimes another team will give you a list of prospects, and then you pick them and they say, well, we want to keep this guy. No, it's off if we don't get that guy.
That's what the Tigers did last year with Yoenis Cespedes. They waited right till the end, and they kept insisting in their talks with the Mets they wanted Michael Fulmer.
Has that paid off?
It's paid off. It paid off for both teams.
Jeff.
I mean, the Mets might not have even gone to the playoffs last year without Cespedes, so they got to the World Series with him. And Fulmer looks like he's going to be an outstanding pitcher, but I think you have to make that trade.
Yeah.
Grounded, third, backhanded by Headley. The long throw, scooped by Teixeira, and they get Mac Williamson for the second out. Nice play on both ends.
Now, first of all, in a situation like this, Headley's kind of guarding the line. He doesn't want anything to go past him on his right for an extra base hit. The long throw is correct. And Teixeira, man, we have seen this how many times over the years. It's time and time again, that glove is in the right spot. Pulls this one out of the dirt. And that's out number 2 here in the 7th inning. We're 1 out closer to the 7th inning stretch. Thank you very much.
Here is Ramiro Pena. 2 outs here in the 7th. 1-1 game. Pitch. Grounded to short. Didi gets in front of it across the diamond. And a strong performance by Nova as he's retired the last 6 in a row at the end of 6.5 innings of play. It's time for the 7th inning stretch here at the stadium. San Francisco Giants won and the New York Yankees won, but we'll stay right here to honor America in the Bronx.
Ladies and gentlemen, will you please rise and remove your caps? And please direct your attention to the area behind home plate as the New York Yankees welcome an honored military guest who is joined today by his sons. United States Marine Corps Corporal Tom Moroni, from right here in the Bronx, who served in the Korean War. The Yankees say thank you for your sacrifice and service to our nation. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the microphone behind home plate and welcome 15-year active naval service member, information systems technician, first class petty officer Yarek Sherrod Connor. He will now sing God Bless America.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above, from the mountain to the prairies, to the oceans, why with all God bless America, my home sweet home. God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above, from the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans. Why with all God bless America, my home sweet home. God bless America, my home sweet home.
Matchup changes a little bit. That little girl's waving goodbye to Johnny Cueto. He's out. The game summary brought to you by your local Nissan dealer. 1-6-1 Giants, 1-6-0 Yankees. Cueto 6 strong, Nova 7 strong. Didi a 2-for-3 day with a run score. Mac Williamson a solo home run, and his error actually allowed the Yankees' sole run to score in the 4th inning. But Johnny Cueto got hit by the pitch count monster. They bring in Derek Law, the right-hander, and he deals to Headley, who swings and misses to start the bottom of the 7th.
Well, Cueto was as advertised. I mean, he's good, and he got better as the game went on. He used a lot of pitches early in the game. Be a break right now for the Yankees that he's out of the game. He was starting to really get into a rhythm.
One and two. GMC scoreboard 1-1. And the 2-2. Fouled off, so Bruce Bochy makes the Verizon call to the bullpen, lifting Cueto and bringing in Law. So what Headley's doing is allowing everybody to get a look at Law. See what he's offering out there. You could have a scouting report, which the Yankees do on everybody, but until you get in the batter's box, you really don't know how it moves, and allows Hicks to see that, and Gardner as well. Swing and a miss. 95-mile-an-hour fastball.
Law started that count off with a good curveball, and then it ended up with a high fastball at 95.
Of the Yankees' last 9 outs, 7 have been strikeouts. So on a day like this, you'd like a breeze, but not that way.
Well, 10 strikeouts overall.
Here's Aaron Hicks. He's 0 for 2.
Only one Yankee has not struck out today. That's Brett Gardner.
Hicks thought about a bunt, pulls back, count 1-0.
Talking about the strikeouts, I mean, the Giants defense has been pretty shoddy. I mean, you've got to put some pressure on them, putting the ball in play. It looks like they look a little tight about what's going on right now. You've seen errors from guys that obviously don't make them a lot.
Javier Lopez, one of the 2 lefties in the Giants bullpen. So Johnny Cueto, with his 6 innings of pitching, has 142 1/3 this year, which is second in Major League Baseball to his teammate Madison Bumgarner. He is 1 out behind him. Andrew Miller is ready. Kind of a wave through that pitch by Hicks. 2-2.
Kenny, we've all been there as hitters, and you can just look at Hicks, and he's in between everything. He's kind of lost behind the fastball, not picking up the breaking ball. It's kind of a helpless feeling sometimes when you go to the plate this way.
You know, and you see a pitch inside, and you're trying to be quick, and all of a sudden it's that hard breaking ball down and in, and you're over the top, and you miss it.
See how jumpy he is. He's getting out of his front side, just trying to make it happen so quick. And it happens in reverse. If you go towards the pitcher, you know, everything happens a little bit quicker, and you'd have to make up your mind. You end up swinging the pitches out of the strike zone.
Served into left field. That is a base hit and goes off of Pagan. Hicks is going for 2, and he's going to make it. So running hard out of the box, once Pagan booted it, kicked away just a bit, Hicks was on his way.
I got to think this might be, well, looks like a hit and an error. Another error for the Giants.
Well, once again, Bruce Bochy will go to the bullpen with the lefty Gardner due up and the go-ahead run at second base. At Bat app. Stay up to the moment at any moment with game day, live game video highlights, StatCast, news, and more. Download MLB.com at Bat, the #1 app for live baseball on your phone and tablet. So Brett Gardner will come up against Javier Lopez.
Veteran left-hander, 38 years old now. We'll make that 39.
So Hicks has good speed at second. Giant outfield shortens up a bit for Gardner, trying to possibly make a play at the plate. You have to watch out a ball over ahead as well, as Pagan and Span are fairly shallow in left and center respectively.
You see by his delivery, he can be tough on lefties. Lefties are just 3 for their last 30. It's Hunter Strickland getting up in the Giants bullpen. This guy's been around the block. 3rd most appearances of any active pitcher. Chad Qualls just ahead of him in appearances, and K-Rod. Francisco Rodriguez. Here's what you want to see, Paul, coming out of the bullpen right at you.
That's not an arm angle you're real comfortable with.
One ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Runner at second. 1-1 game. Chopped slowly to second. Pena gets Gardner as Hicks moves to third. So here's Jacoby Ellsbury. He's 1 for 3. Lopez deals outside. You've got Beltran on deck and then McCann after him. Two and 0.
Different ways of getting hitters out, and you can see that Lopez is not a hard thrower. He's relying more on deception, and basically he's in there to face left-handers.
Yeah, everything's been away. You know, if I'm hitting, I'm looking away. Shoot that ball in the left field gap with that arm angle. Unless you really, get that 2-seamer back in on the lefty, very tough to get it in. This area right here, boy, that just kind of lights you up right there off a lefty.
Two and 2.
Used to seeing everybody bringing fire out of the bullpen. This is a departure from the norm.
And the 2-2 pitch. So now it's 3 and 2. Be interesting to see if Ellsbury walks. Would they then walk Beltran and let Lopez face the lefty swinging McCann? But this next pitch will let all of that get in motion. Maybe the one after that.
Bruce Bochy not afraid to, go to that bullpen and just match up pitcher after pitcher here. You might want to see Beltran hit from the right side if he decides to go after him.
We'll never know. Ground ball to second. Pena's there. And Hicks is stranded. No runs a hit. One error and one man left. We go to the 8th inning. It's a 1-1 game here on Yes. For the series finale against the Giants. Coverage will start at noon with Audi batting practice today, and then the Chevy pregame. Then we're back to call all the action right here on Yes and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. A little ice cream in the helmet. Good stuff on a steamy Saturday here in the Bronx. Got a tight ball game, 1-1 as we go to the 8th. Always comes to the game with a fan of hers.
Mister.
New pitcher for the Yankees, Andrew Miller. And he deals to Denard Span for a strike. Threw 32 pitches last night, Miller did. Picked up the win after blowing the save. 72 strikeouts, 7 walks in 42 1/3 innings. Fly ball center field. Drifting back is Ellsbury. Still going back. He'll make the play. Girardi was asked today, with Betances and Miller giving up runs, is it hard to differentiate between that they gave up a run because they might be fatigued, or it's just one of those things? He said, I thought both of their stuff was good. He said, I just thought the Giants put some pretty good at bats. He said Betances gave up a run on a wild pitch and a walk. He said, I thought they really put good at bats against Miller. So he did not think it was a matter of fatigue.
And Joe usually checks with his relievers if there's any doubt. Say they've pitched 2 days in a row. He'll check and ask them how they're doing.
Swing and a miss. Hyundai scoreboard 1-1, top of the 8th inning at the stadium.
Angel Pagan did something. He was the first player to do this. his first 2 major league home runs in the same game, and on his birthday.
Right.
Yeah, that's a nice one. Not 1, but 2 presents for yourself on your birthday. First 2 major league home runs. He was with the Cubs in those days.
Did he go? Yes, he did, said Chris Guccione. 2 away.
Not his birthday today.
Oh, that's a nasty slider from Miller. Even on righties, they can't hold up. Big breaker. Let's see if he. Yeah, I gotta think that's a strike.
So here's Brandon Belt. 1 for 2 with a walk today against Nova. Lefty batter against the lefty Miller. Swing and a miss. Well, he gets that pitch right there. It's awfully hard for lefty to even make contact.
He is very, very nasty. We were talking about Lopez's arm angle. It's about arm angle here, but it's also about he throws a lot harder. Oh.
Another perfect pitch, and you know he has the ability to throw 96, 97 at times. And, you know, Belt's ended the game last night off Chapman at 102 or 103. I don't know what it was, but I mean, these are tough at bats on lefties.
Swing and a miss.
Well, after last night's, would you say how many pitches? 30 something?
32.
32.
Yeah, well, you'd like to have him see, you know, just 1 more pitch here in this inning.
Done. Swung on a miss. Belt down on strikes. So the Giants go down in order against Andrew Miller, and the Yankees go to the bottom of the 8th, trying to take a lead. Matchup is league-leading goal scorer David Villa and rookie sensation Jack Harrison. He's 19. Lead first-place New York City FC into battle against former U.S. national team goalkeeper Tim Howard and the Colorado Rapids. Watch all the action live beginning at 3 right here on Yes. Beltran leads off the bottom of the 8th and takes low from Javier Lopez. Beltran is 0 for 3 today. And there's a base hit for the veteran DH to lead off the 8th inning. Let's see if they go to the bench, send in a pinch runner. It's a tough call because you're in a tie game. You want to break the tie, but you don't want to lose his bat if you go into extra innings.
Maybe you're thinking they'll wait till if he can get in a scoring position.
Hyundai scoreboard 1-1. Aroldis Chapman getting ready, hoping to have a lead to protect. McCann takes outside from Lopez.
Both these teams have pretty good records in one-run games. The Yankees are 16-8 in one-run games. And the Giants are 20-12.
Yankees saw Romo yesterday. He's up again. Swing and a miss. 1-2.
Kind of like to watch Bochy as he manages because of his success. You know he's a good manager. He knows how to handle pitching situations.
Another former catcher.
Yep.
Hit sharply and grabbed there by Pena. Goes the second one on to first. High throw, pulling Belt off the bag. That was a nice play by Pena.
Frustrating for McCann. Hit right on the nose. A tough lefty. Just gets gloved. And again, not able to turn the double play.
Crawford flirted with another error. Saved by Belt.
Tell you what, the Yankees knew that Pena was a good fielder. He looked like flat-footed and another high throw. His throws have been high this whole series. Pena made several plays like this when he's with the Yankees.
Well, Bochy is going to the bullpen again. Lopez is done. Romo coming on to face Castro. Face Starlin Castro. McCann's at first base. Romo's 10th game. Been on the DL for most of the season, but he has bounced back nicely. And the Yankees did see him last night. And the pitch.
That's what you see. A lot of just good sliders right on the outside corner. You remember we talked about it last night. He was their closer at times. And wasn't from overpowering people. Good sliders.
Castro's faced him 8 times, has 2 hits. Romo had a flexor strain in his right arm. Spent time on the 60-day DL. Had a setback trying to come back. So he's put on the DL April 15th. And activated off the 60-day DL. Try that again. 60-day DL on July 4th.
DD's on deck.
Yeah. Osich is up. Yankees saw him yesterday. 2-1. 2-2.
He's one of those guys we talked about, Castro, trying to use the right side. That's not going to give you an opportunity to really lay into one and pull it. I mean, you're going to have to go out and use the right side of the field against him.
You can see Span expects him to hit the ball the other way. A big gap in left center and down the left field line.
Popped up. Right side and out of play. Big crowd here at the stadium. 46,727. This entire homestand's had some pretty big crowds.
It really has. The heat of the summer, and the New York Yankee fans have come out to try to see if this team, as you call it, declare themselves, Michael.
Well, they're trying to pick up their 6th win in 9 games on this homestand. Two. Fly ball, shallow left center. Diving play by Pregame. And they're going to double up McCann. Don't know what McCann was thinking. Don't know if he forgot how many outs there were, but that was not a surefire base hit by any stretch of the imagination. So if the Yankees are going to win this game, they'll win it in walk-off fashion. It's 1-1 as we go to the 9th. customers. So if you can't catch the Yankees games on TV, now you can stream them live on your mobile device wherever you go. Just download the app and sign in with your subscriber information. Fox Sports Go is available for DirecTV, Optimum, Time Warner Cable, and now Fios and Frontier customers. Let's see what happened with Brian McCann, whether or not he forgot how many outs there were.
Either that or he thought the ball was going to fall in and he should get to third base with 1 out. Instead, this is going to be an ending double play. Nice play by Angel Pagan in left field. There's McCann's lead at first base, and he sees it, and I think he thinks it's going to fall in. About right there, he realizes it's not, and it's going to be a double play.
That was a bad read if he thought that was going to fall in.
Yeah, it was too much airtime there.
Yeah. So Aroldis Chapman comes in for the Yankees. He'll face Buster Posey starting out the 9th inning. It's a 1-1 game. There's the strike. Those are the numbers on Chapman, who picked up his 20th save last night. You know, we said earlier that Chris Sale was scratched from his start today against the Tigers in Chicago. At first it was announced that he was scratched because of the flu. Now the White Sox have released an official statement that there was an altercation in the clubhouse, not a physical one, and he was sent home and scratched from the start, and they're presently investigating what went on.
Drama. Get some drama working in Chi-Town.
I'm sure that Bob and Jack will have more information on the postgame. The 0-2. 1-2.
1-2 at 103. I mean, Chapman, it just doesn't matter if he pitches back to back or whatever. It seems like this hot weather has brought out his best stuff.
He's a strong man.
He threw 17 pitches last night. One, two. There's that slider.
92. Used to be a good fastball in our day, didn't it, Kenny?
Yeah. The Flash has pointed out on our telecast before that he thinks Chapman's mechanics are just about perfect. I mean, he's just straight downhill, right at home plate, gathers himself over the rubber, and here comes 100. See what you can do with it.
Four for 7 against Chapman with 2 extra base hits for Posey. 1-1 game. We're in the 9th. Fouled away.
You know, when he came to the Reds, I mean, they toiled over and over again whether he was going to be a starter or whether he was going to be a closer. And, you know, his stuff, his ability to throw with that velocity, it's the right decision. He needs to be in there late in the game. Totally different pitcher if you're trying to do this throughout 6 or 7 innings.
Why would you have him and you can use him maybe 2 days?
Yeah.
Or possibly 3 for every one time he could start. Ooh.
Chapman stayed frozen in his follow throws. It said, where was that? As he thought it was low. Home plate umpire Larry Vanover. So 2-2 count on Posey. Posey, Crawford, and Parker here in the 9th. Three and 2.
The slider there, and again, when he throws that slider, it's such a trick pitch for him because he throws so hard. He throw it for strikes. He's in a full count.
Line drive caught by Castro.
Buster Posey's had some bad luck. He's hit some balls hard today.
Yeah, if it wasn't for bad luck, he wouldn't have any luck at all.
Days like that. Huh?
We talked about how hard Chapman's been throwing. And Posey puts a pretty good at bat on Chapman, but couldn't get it done. Last night, according to Darren Willman of MLB.com, Chapman hit 104 7 times. So his fastball average last night was 103.2.
It sounds like a station on an FM dial.
Now here's what's unusual. Last night he threw 104 7 times. The previous game he threw 104 4 times. In his entire career before these last two games, he threw 104 3 times.
A little stronger. I have noticed he doesn't throw quite as hard to lefties. You know that he feels like he doesn't need to. Or what? But his top pitches seems to always be against righties, where he can really let it go.
Popped up. And Headley puts it away for the second out. Now, a couple of people called into my radio show and said, well, maybe the Yankees are pushing the gun up because he's on the market, or at least the rumors are. But that's not the case, because the Yankees don't run the gun. It's something called Pitch FX, and it's uniform throughout Major League Baseball. So that's where the readings are coming from, not from the New York Yankees. So Casilla and Osich.
Casilla is the closer.
Trevor Brown pinch hitting for Parker. He swings and misses. The 0-1. 0-2. Now Chapman would like to get out of this inning with a low pitch count, because if the Yankees don't score in the bottom of the ninth, Yankees probably ask him to pitch 2 innings. He's at 13 pitches right now. And the 0-2. Swing and a miss. Got him on the slider. And the out is made at first. How about some walk-off magic in the bottom of the ninth inning? Do the Yankees have it? Well, they've had it at times. Brett Gardner, a celebration. Castro, a celebration and a bath. And a little DD as well. Can the Yankees do it? Stick around. WB Mason postgame on Yes. Bob Lorenz and Jack Curry are back in the studio to recap the showdown with the San Francisco Giants. Now, don't miss the WB Mason Yankees postgame coming up only on Yes. So it's the left-hander, Josh Osich. This will be his 48th game, and he's going to face Gregorius, Teixeira, and Headley. Now, bringing a lefty to face Gregorius does not necessarily neutralize him. He hits very well against lefties. And he will lead off here in the bottom of the ninth. The game tied at 1.
I'll tell you what, these close games, you've used a couple of your big pitchers in the bullpen. Very important that the Yankees win this game at this point. I mean, you just, as important as these games are, you have to win the one-run games.
Yankees have had 4 walk-off wins this year. The Gardner home run, the Castro home run, a Didi home run in a game that the Yankees were down 7-3 to Texas on June 29th. And then the next day, they had a pass ball off as Robinson Chirinos allowed Chase Headley to score the winning run with a pass ball.
Again, times have changed, Kenny. 2-0 leading off the ninth inning, 1-1 game. 1-1 game, I mean, it was an automatic take. Not this day and age.
There's a strike.
Oh, come on. That ball's in off the plate. That's the one that, as a hitter, really frustrates you. You know, you set up for a great hitter's count. It seems like that for some reason when the pitcher gets in trouble that strike zone gets a little bit bigger.
Chopped slowly, grabbed there by Osich. He flips to first. They get Didi.
And that 2-0 pitch to me sets up that whole at bat. Instead of being 3-0, you know, you pitcher in big trouble. You're 2-1 and you get a ground ball.
You'd still be chirping right now.
Oh. I understand that. I don't think umpires understand how one pitch really changed the count.
I think they know.
It's just,
yeah.
Here's Mark Teixeira. Mark 1 for 3. Switch hitter batting from the right side, and he takes a pitch low, 1-0. Fastball strike. He could not hold up. 1-2. Line drive, foul.
you hear the crowd up. They're ready to go. They're ready to cheer about something. They just hooked it foul.
No one warming in the Yankee bullpen. It's a 1-1 game, bottom of the ninth. 1-2 on Teixeira. Grounded the other way. Belt fields. 2 away. I think Mark was trying to get it through the hole on the right side there.
I mean, they pitched him away, kind of turned it over. Just kind of reach, but his balance is off a little bit, so he can't really drive it that way.
So Posey, after the pitch that he pulled foul, called something moving away.
Yeah.
Here's Headley. .96-mile-an-hour fastball, 1-0. 2-0 on Headley. Headley is 0 for 2 with a walk today. The 0 for 2, both strikeouts.
And here you go. You want to pitch right where you want it. Put your A swing on it. 2 balls and no strikes.
And the 2-0. Grounded to short. Crawford is there. And the Yankees go down in order 1, 2, 3. And we have bonus cantos. Free baseball coming up. We go to the 10th, tied at 1. Presents the Joe Girardi Show, and get the skipper's inside scoop on what base runners chat about with the opposing team's first baseman. Plus, take a look back at this big homestand. That's tomorrow at 5 only on Yes. So the second inning for Aroldis Chapman. And Grant Green is pinch hitting for Connor Gillespie. Fouled away.
So Green come up and pinch hit last night, got himself a base hit. That was his first pinch hit of the season.
Outside, 1-1. Gillespie was 0 for 3. All 3 against Nova. So Miller pitched a 1-2-3 8th. Chapman a 1-2-3 9th. Two and 1. Line drive down the right field line. It is a base hit. And played one hop up against the wall by Hicks. The throw to second. Not in time. A pinch hit double for Grant Green.
Wow, back-to-back nights. I mean, these are great at-bats off good pitchers. You come off the bench. Not as easy as it looks. Fastball way, just line down the right field line. I'll tell you one thing, Hicks gets that ball and throws an absolute bullet to second base. Much closer. I want to get down here.
So here's Mac Williamson. Giant fans making their voice heard here at the stadium. A strike.
A lot more off speed from Chapman than you're accustomed to seeing. Actually, I think I saw one changeup, then 3 or 4 sliders.
Yeah, you don't see very many changeups. That was the one that was 88 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Swing and a miss.
Another slider. Kind of reinventing himself here in this second inning, huh?
One, two. Foul back.
Glad to see he hadn't lost his heater, though.
No,
Back up to 102.
Well, the thing about it is that when you're hitting, that's got to always be on your mind. And, you know, he took a slider for a strike, didn't have a particularly good swing at the other one. But Chapman didn't want to show him 3 in a row if he makes the adjustment. So now he throws a fastball up there. He's late. Now you got him right where you want him. Either one. You're up there in the defensive posture when somebody throws this hard.
1-2. 104 miles an hour low. 2-2. And the pitch. Check swing. Fouled into the crowd over the Yankee dugout. Green's at second with a leadoff pinch hit double here in the 10th. It's a 1-1 game. Yankees have out hit the Giants 8-7. The Yankees' lone run scored on a bobble in right field by the man at the plate, Mac Williamson. Allowed Didi to come around from first and score on a base hit by Mark Teixeira. 2-2. Swing and a miss. Got him.
It's good solid at bat. It's just better pitching. I mean, what are you going to do? You saw sliders, you saw good fastballs, and then you strike out on 103.
And here is Ramiro Pena. Double to left center in the second. Fouled out to the catcher and grounded to short. So he's 1 for 3. Green leads off second now with 1 out. Swing and a miss.
Once in a while, you know, the first fastball has been at bat, and you see Pena, you just look overmatched because you know you're not accustomed to seeing a ball that quick. You try to make some adjustments, and that's what makes that slider so much better. I think Joe Girardi's a little nervous over there now. That was his 27th pitch.
Yeah, that's. We probably won't see him tomorrow after working 2 nights in a row. That's why, as you say, this is very important. They win this one.
1-2.
Ensure a series win.
If you could get through this inning and then pull this thing out, you would have to use Betances tomorrow. And Miller's gone back-to-back days.
Yeah.
Chapman's gone back-to-back days with a 2-inning stint here. You know, Joe Girardi will tell you he's at the time of the year where this season, you know, can make or break on a given pitch or a given game.
He has had 2+ innings this year. Saturday, July 9th in Cleveland, he went 2 1/3 innings.
it has a lot to do more, you know, not innings, but number of pitches. And from last night, then tonight, you know, this is going to be his 30th pitch. Here's a guy that's max effort on every pitch, too. It's not like he's trying to fool anybody.
The 1-2. Swing and a miss. Pena down on strikes, 2 away.
Yeah, he went up the ladder with him on that one. Well, you really have to be some kind of quick to get on top of a pitch over 100 miles an hour that's up by the letters. And you can see underneath, not only late, but underneath it as well. Overmatched.
And here is Denard Span. Span is 1 for 4 today. Grant remains at second now with 2 outs. Foul back.
One thing about Span, he's got a compact swing. It's very quick. And you can see, even though he was late on that, he had a decent pass at the first fastball that came up there. 102.
This will be the 32nd pitch for Chapman. That's his season high, which he had in that game in Cleveland we just spoke of. Missed outside, 2-1.
I'll tell you what, if you're Span, I'm just thinking, how are you picking that ball up not to even offer it that pitch, that slider away when you've seen a couple 102.
Just missed outside. 3-1. Giants run came on Williamson's home run. The Yankees run on the error by Williamson.
I don't know, Kenny. I mean, ball 4 here. You've got to think Joe Girardi is thinking pitches. I mean, how many can Chapman go? And, you know, that's a tough place to be a manager, as important as this game is.
Popped up on the left side and out of play. Well, you know Chapman wants to make it work on this pitch. 3-2 with 2 outs, runner at second. We're in the 10th of a 1-1 game. The pitch. Fly ball, left field, backing up Gardner, plenty of room, puts it away, and the leadoff double is wasted. No runs to hit, no errors, and 1 man left. Aaron Hicks will lead off for the Yankees in the bottom of the 10th.
Wasn't much of it, only a 1-1 game, but this is the 4th inning after Didi Gregorius had a base hit. Mac Williamson cannot come up with this base hit. Didi scores all the way from first. Williamson's bobble leads to the Yankee run. They're up 1-0, but the very next inning, top of the 5th, leading off, Williamson makes amends. He's going to take this one deep to left center field into the Giants bullpen. That ties the game at 1, his 6th home run of the year, and that's where we stand right now. It's a 1-1 ball game in the bottom of the 10th.
Osich still in there as Aaron Hicks, a switch hitter, spins around to the right side. It'll be Hicks, Gardner, and Ellsbury if anybody gets on Beltran in the bottom of the 10th. The lefty deals outside 1-0. Yankees and the Giants have played 3 extra inning games. 2007, Giants won 6-5 and 13. In 1936, the World Series Game 5, Giants won 5-4 and 10. And then 1922 World Series Game 2 ended in a 3-3 tie in the 10th inning.
That sounds like
darkness.
Darkness.
Yep.
Yep.
One. Chop foul. You see Pena has moved from second to third, and Green is taken over at second. And the pitch outside. Hicks is grounded to second, struck out looking, and then singled to left. It bounced away from Pagan. He got to second with 1 out in the 7th, but Gardner and Ellsbury both grounded to second to end the inning. Dylan Betances is up for the Yankees. And the 2-2 outside, 3-2. Yankees looking for base runners or a base runner. And if Hicks gets on, then you could have Gardner bunt. Pena close to the line at third, guarding against the extra base hit. Fouled into the second deck, first base side.
Such a tough time here, Kenny. You're so anxious to do something big, extra innings. You really have to find that strike zone. Don't go out of it. If he's going to walk you, it's a good way to start the inning. You really have to kind of clear out those thoughts of looking for that ball to drive out of the ballpark in this full count.
And the 3-2. He walked him. So the leadoff batter is on, and that puts the wheels in motion.
Not only is Gardner a good bunter, he's got great speed, as we all know, and that puts even more pressure on the Giants on defense, because any sort of miscue, they won't get either one of these runners.
Belt needs a new glove out there. Backup glove, Michael, just in case.
All right, so Belt with that new glove holds Hicks at first. He's a threat A to run, or B to get the second on the bunt by Gardner. They're expecting to bunt because Pena in on the grass at third. Gardner today is 1 for 4. And Osich steps off. We're in the bottom of the 10th inning, a 1-1 game. at the stadium. Middle game of this 3-game set. Yankees won last night 3-2. Yankees have won 5 of their last 6 games. Showing bunt and a pitch way outside. 1-0. Now, there are many in the analytical community that don't like the bunt here, because the Major League Baseball average in 2016, a runner on first base and nobody out will score 50% of the time. A runner on second with 1 out will score 43% of the time.
Also, by bunting, I mean, the pitcher has to throw strikes. It's a good way to take. Obviously, Brett Gardner in the driver's seat here, 2 balls and no strikes.
And that one gets off the glove of Posey, and it allows Hicks to go to second. And there's a 3-0 count on Gardner.
Looked like he tried to backhand that ball, and it got away from him. You know, the previous pitch came close to getting away as well.
Just an overthrown pitch. So it just throws a little bit harder than you think. And you're right, he got crossed up right off the heel of the glove. That ball just ran away.
Now, while we're watching the replay, Joe Espada, the third base coach, came down to talk to Gardner and give him verbal instructions as to what to do.
That scored a pass ball. Also brings out the pitching coach, Dave Righetti, to talk with Osich. Osich is the 5th pitcher for the Giants today. Johnny Cueto pitched 7. Then we've seen Law, Lopez, Romo, and now Osich.
He's probably talking to Brett Gardner, and then you can do it any way you can. If you want to bunt, if you feel like you can pull, any way you want to, but you've got to get Hicks over to third base at the end of this at bat.
You have to take a strike here, though, right,
Oh,
Paul?
absolutely. I actually would square around. It looks like he's having trouble throwing strikes.
Yeah. Just to give him a different look.
Yeah.
So the pass ball to Posey has put Hicks at second. Crawford hovering behind Hicks. In at the corners, they're still expecting a bunt. He squares, and it's ball 4. Now let's manage again.
I bunt 100%. I mean, you need to get that winning run to third base. You got to give yourself some options.
Bruce Bochy is going to take the ball from Osich. So Ellsbury is due up. Runners on first and second. Nobody out in the bottom of the 10th. It's a 1-1 game. This 6-game losing streak has brought in his hard-throwing closer here, Santiago Casilla, and you see the numbers. He's 21 of 26 in save opportunities. That is not what we're in right now. He's just trying to take this game into the 11th inning. So Yankees have runners on first and second. Now, a couple of things. If you bunt, you lose Beltran because they'll walk Beltran.
Sure you do. But you also have McCann hitting off a right-hander.
Well, let's see the way they play it. You've got great speed on the base. Not good. You've got Hicks at second. And you've got Gardner at first. Gardner's run means nothing. Hicks is the game-winning run here in the bottom of the 10th inning.
Well, the way the Giants have been playing defensively, maybe you want them to handle the bunt here and see what they do with it.
I agree 100%. I mean, make them make some defensive plays. They've been a little shaky.
Casilla has not pitched since last Saturday at San Diego. So we'll see how his command is. And in that game, he blew a 6-5 lead in the bottom of the 10th. They had a little bit of a wheel play going as Crawford was darting toward third and Green moved toward second, but Hicks wasn't falling for it.
I think they saw what they wanted to in Ellsbury by his hand sliding up the barrel of the bat as to bunt. Sometimes those wheel plays or those pickoff plays as a hitter, you know, it looks like a pitch and you kind of show them you're bunting.
Righty deals and it's bunted. Casilla fields, fires to first, sacrifice successful 1-4, and now the winning run is 90 feet away. Aaron Hicks.
Yeah, you can put any play you want on. If you execute the bunt perfectly, the runners are going to advance, and Ellsbury does just that. Only one play for Casilla. He's being told by both Belt and Posey as to where to throw the ball. You notice he didn't look at third.
So the infield is in, and the Giants will indeed walk Carlos Beltran intentionally and passes the baton now to Brian McCann. So the crowd boos because they want Beltran and his .304 average and his 61 ribbies have a chance to win it, but instead it will be McCann.
And if you're McCann, you knew this was going to happen.
Absolutely.
You knew that this is baseball. You got a hot hitter on, an all-star. McCann has a hit today. And there's such a thing as the right man at the right time.
You know, I always looked at it. I mean, he got robbed last time. He hit a bullet. So you're due, right, Kenny? You get that second shot.
All right, so an intentional walk to Beltran, and the bases are loaded, and they're going to bring everybody in the outfield. You have to play to where you think you can make the throw and get Hicks.
I always love that because they'd leave it up to the outfielder. Wherever you could throw, the deepest part is where you play. And you'd look over and it's some of these outfielders want to say, hey, I got a great arm, I'll play it. You know, get in here where you got a shot to throw him out.
Yeah, long fly ball, you can just forget it.
Gerald Williams was always good at that. He plays so deep. Yeah, he did have a really good arm.
Well, Brian McCann tonight is 1 for 4, so he has an opportunity to win it for the Yankees.
The infield is playing back at second and short for the double play and first.
And the pitch. High pop-up. Left field. Pagan makes the catch, and Hicks has to stay put as the throw comes home on one hop. So that takes a lot of pressure off the Giants defense. The outfield could back up. The infield can back up completely. And it puts the pressure on Starlin Castro. Bases loaded, 2 outs, bottom of the 10th, 1-1 game. Strike. Garcia gets a sign from Posey. Hicks leads off third. 2 men out, bottom of the 10th. Castro with a chance to win it. And the 0-1. Popped up, right side, belt, can't get there as it lands in the Yankee dugout so quickly. Castro's down 0-2.
Well, Casillas done it. He's come in there and done nothing but throw good strikes. You see why this is going to be a tough game for either team to lose. Runners in scoring position, 0 for 7 and 0 for 9. Both teams have had opportunities. Time where you, in your mind, you've got to get it together and realize, you know, it's one pitch here, one pitch at a time till you fight back in this count. And look at it as like I'm in 0-2, I'm in trouble.
Right-hander sets, and the 0-2 outside. 1-2. And the pitch. Fly ball right field. Williamson toward the line. And he makes the play as the Giants get out of the inning. So Williamson used up all of the ballpark, hauled it in, and we go to the 11th. 1-1. To the 11th inning, it's a 1-1 game, and the Yankees will bring on the beginning of the big three, who thought he was going to have the day off today. Dylan Betances will take over after Chapman threw 2 scoreless innings. So the Yankees had their opportunities there, first and third, nobody out, and they do not score. And Kenny, if you think about it, not bunting with Ellsbury was a legitimate choice, because when you bunted with Ellsbury, you lost your best hitter with a chance to win it, because they completely walked Beltran. And we know that McCann's been struggling, and you did have an opportunity with Castro, but righty against righty, and he ends up hitting a fly ball which was caught in foul territory by Williamson. So it's a debatable point, and in this case, the bunt did not work out. So Betances takes over, and he will face Pagan, Belt, and Posey here in the 11th inning. And the pitch is upstairs. The 1-0. Strike, 1-1 to Pagan. Pagan's 1 for 3 with a walk. Betances deals. 2-1.
Well, Big Three still gets in the game today. A little different order than we're used to. Miller, Chapman, and now Betances.
Today the Yankees are hoping it's no-run MCD. The 2-1. Missed outside, 3-1. And the pitch. He walked him. So Pagan is on to lead off the 11th.
Last couple days, Allen has a tough time throwing strikes, trying to figure out that go-to pitch, either the curveball or the fastball.
Here's Brandon Belt. Belt's 1 for 3 with a walk. And a strike. Not much scoring yesterday as the Yankees won 3-2. Certainly not much scoring today. It's 1-1. And even though the Yankees have played fairly well on this homestand, they have not scored a lot of runs. But the pitching has been outstanding. Nova did a good job today. And the bullpen's done a nice job.
After struggling to throw strikes to Pagan, 2 nasty breaking balls to Belt, right? 1-2 back to back.
Runner goes, swung on and missed, throw to second, not in time, stolen base for Pagan. So a strikeout of Belt, 3rd time he struck out, but now Pagan is in scoring position with the stolen base.
Yeah, I think that's one of the scouting reports that's going around on Betances, that you can steal on him. He takes a long time to unwind, get that ball to home plate. He picks up the strikeout, but Pagan picks up his 9th stolen base of the year. And they're well ahead of the ball. Keep the tag on him just in case he comes off the bag, but he maintains contact.
So here's Buster Posey. Casilla really picked him up after the pass ball. Looked like the Yankees were going to win the game in the 10th. And here he is with a chance to put the Giants ahead. Breaking ball strike by Betances. The 0-1. Another breaking ball strike, 0-2.
Looks like this is the go-to pitch, Paul.
Yeah, all of a sudden I think he found what he wants, and that's a good breaking ball. Then you see Buster Posey twice kind of flinch. right out of his hands as a hitter. It looks like it's coming right at you.
And the 0-2. Broken bat, slow roller to second. Castro gets Posey as Pagan moves to third. And that's going to bring up Brandon Crawford, who has had a nightmarish 2 days in New York. In the field, at the plate, he's 0 for 4 today. He was robbed of an RBI in the first inning, a sliding Gardner, then struck out twice and popped to third. And now Joe Girardi will run out and talk with Betances. You know, Paul, you mentioned that it's getting around the league that Betances might be easy to steal on. The league is 14 for 14 against Betances. Good thing for Betances, he doesn't let many people on base. So you wonder, were they talking about pitching around Crawford and taking on Brown, who's on deck?
I saw Betances saying, I want him, and you know, a lot of times that's just telling the manager, hey, you know what? I think I can get this guy out. If I get behind him.
And he throws it over the head of McCann, but Pagan does not come home. Boy, is that exhibit one why people say, oh, they should just allow the intentional walk and put him on first. Betances threw it over the head of McCann.
You know, I'm looking at Pagan at third, and he did not have much of a lead. You see Bruce Bochy looking over at third base as to what's going on here. He did not have much of a lead.
Well, you're right. He wasn't even off the bag.
The ball did come back for to McCann. I don't think he would have made it, to be honest with you. But that's a manager.
If you have a big lead, you do have an option.
Yeah.
With no lead, you don't. But you know, these are the things Bruce Bochy is driving him crazy.
Yeah, I know Headley was close, holding him on. Now he's got a little better lead.
And now they're pitching to him.
Now they're pitching to it.
And it's almost as if the Yankees still want to pitch around him, but, you know, throw balls rather than do the intentional walk.
Yeah. Wow. Now he's got a better lead now because Headley's off the bag.
He does throw a strike there, so why were they walking him?
I tell you one thing, in my whole major league career, and Kenny, you also have never seen an intentional walk the first pitch, and then all of a sudden they're going after you.
Well, they feel maybe he can't do it, so let's try and get him out.
2-1.
I think what happened, Michael, was Joe Girardi wanted him to walk him. And then when he threw the first pitch back to the backstop, he said, well, let's abort this. Let's do something else. Let's try and get him out now.
This is the craziest bat I've ever seen.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Pagan at third. We're in the 11th. Pitch. Grounded to second. Castro to one knee. And Betances works out of trouble. What a weird top of the 11th inning. No runs, no hits, no errors. 1 man left. We go to the bottom of the 11th, tied at 1. lie between innings. I thought he should have scored on the overthrown ball one on the intentional walk. Not only did it change things, but it changed the Yankees' minds about intentionally walking Crawford, who ends up grounding out to second to end the top of the 11th. It's 1-1. Casilla is still on. He got the final 3 outs at the 10th, and Didi will lead off. Gregorius, Teixeira, and Headley against the Giants closer in the bottom of the 11th inning. And a strike. Paul, is there that propensity for extra innings to drag longer because everybody's trying to end it with one swing?
Well, you saw that last swing. I mean, that's a ball away, and you know he's trying to hit it in the seats. It's a tough thing to fight mentally. I mean, you just have to have your at bats. If he makes a mistake, you'll go deep.
Swing and a miss.
Can't make it happen.
So he swings through 3, 1 away.
It's almost like you go to the plate reading the headlines in the paper tomorrow, but
yeah,
you got to. Sometimes there's various ways of winning games besides hitting one in the seats. I mean, it'd be nice to do it, but getting on base and getting something going, putting pressure on the defense, it's another way too.
Here's Teixeira. There's a strike. Started him off with a breaking ball. Shift is on for Teixeira. 1-1. Whole left side of the infield, other than Crawford, is open. One and two. Did he go? No, he did not. Alfonso Marquez said he held up, so they count 2-2.
Take another look here, and I believe he held up far enough.
Still 2-2. On deck, Headley. You don't have to worry about shadows anymore. Two, way outside, 3-2. Teixeira today is 1 for 4, a couple of ground balls to first, a strikeout, and a single to right. And the pitch. Line drive and caught by Green. So the shift was on, and Teixeira got robbed of a single because of it.
A little off the end of the bat. Didn't quite have the starch that you usually see off the bat from Teixeira, and that one hauled in by Green. Got a little movement on it. Moving away from the barrel and just off the end, and yep, I know how you feel. Green up the ladder, and he'll come down with a Ball autographed by Robert Manfred.
Here's Headley. Chase is 0 for 3 with a walk. Casilla deals. Strike. This is what San Francisco has left in the bullpen, so you've got Contos, Suarez, and Strickland. The Yankee pen, Swarzak, Chad Green, Blyer, and Shreve. Fouled away. 1-2. One game, bottom of the 11th. And the pitch. Still 1-2. Yankees got their run in the 4th on the error by Williamson and Wright. And the Giants got their run in the 5th on the Mac Williamson home run off of Nova. That was a long drive into the Giants bullpen in left center. Both teams have had their opportunities, unable to cash in. And the pitch. Broken bat, liner into center field. It's a base hit for Headley. So the winning run is on base for the Yankees, but with 2 outs, and that'll bring up Aaron Hicks. And that is Headley's 1146th career hit, tying Roy Hartzell for the most by a major league player born in Colorado. Headley was born in Fountain, Colorado. So here's Hicks with a chance to be the hero. 1 for 3 with a walk today. He was at third base with just 1 man out in the 10th inning. But the Yankees couldn't get it done.
It's going to be very hard for lefty to get a pitch that they can drive to right field. He has just enough tail on his fastball, which, you know, as a hitter, you have to realize.
Ground ball to second. Green is there, and that'll do it. In the 11th, no runs, a hit, no errors, and 1 man left. Let's go to the 12th at the stadium. It's a 1-1 game on Yes.
but it hasn't happened. Let's go to the 10th inning, and it's the Yankees. Bases loaded with one out, and Brian McCann pops it into the short left field. No chance for the go-ahead run to score. And then the next hitter, Starlin Castro. Nice play by Mac Williamson, the right fielder. The Yankees leave the bases loaded. Well, the Giants had a runner on third with 2 outs, and Dylan Betances trying to complete an intentional walk, throws one away. Angel Pagan does not score. Betances does not walk the hitter intentionally, instead gets him out, and the Giants fail to score.
So we go to the 12th inning. New pitcher is Anthony Swarzak, and he deals a strike to Trevor Brown. The 0-1. Trevor Brown lofts one to right field. That's going to be a base hit. Playing it in the corner is Hicks, and Brown has himself a double.
Well, this is going to be Brown's 5th double of the year, and he picks on a pitch out over the plate, goes with it nicely into the corner to get things started for the Giants here in the 12th inning. You know, Brown doesn't play all that often. This is only his 3rd appearance in the last 13 games. And one of those games, he started in Boston and went 3 for 5 with a home run.
When he keeps throwing out liners like that, Bruce Bochy will find a spot for him.
I think that was one of the days that Michael was talking about. Buster Posey was the designated hitter, and Brown started as the catcher.
Well, here's Grant Green. Let's see how the Giants play this. Runner at second, nobody out.
The Yankees looking for the bunt now.
Headley's in on the grass at third. Teixeira a step behind the grass at first. Let's see if the Yankees fake a throw to second to see if Green is going to square. Not squaring, 1-0. Grounded to short. Runner stays at second. Gregorius fires to first. And they get Green for the first out.
Well, you got one job there, and that's to hit the ball to the right side. It wasn't done. Big break for the Yankees.
Swarzak made a nice pitch. Off-speed pitch. The hitter was out in front. Pulled it on the ground to short.
Tell yourself, no matter what in that situation, my hands are inside the ball. I'm pushing the ball to right field.
Well, that's going to bring up Mac Williamson. Runner at second with 1 out. Grounded up the middle and through for a base hit past a diving DD. A run scores and the Giants lead 2-1 on the Williamson single. So he's driven in both runs for the Giants.
Well, he's been part of 3 runs today. It was his error that allowed Didi to score the Yankees run, and he's driven in both of the Giants runs today. Let's see where the pitch is. And it was kind of up in the zone, and he was able to get on top. We've seen last night he's a good high ball hitter.
Yeah, hanging slider. Didn't have much break. Didi not able to get a glove on it to knock it down, keep it in the infield.
Here's Ramiro Pena. Ramiro is 1 for 4, a double in the second inning. So Brown opens the 12th with a double to right. Green grounds to short. Brown stays at second. And then Williamson grounds one up the middle of that Didi can't get to. An RBI single. It's 2-1 San Francisco. Bottom of the inning, the Yankees have the top of the order coming up. Pitch is low to Pena.
The Giants have been having a rough time with runners in scoring position, and about 7 for their last 60. As Williamson got that hit.
So count 3-0 on Pena. And the pitch. Strike from Swarzak. Count 3-1. Each team with 9 hits, the Giants with 2 more errors, and that's been a big problem for them since the All-Star break. But they do lead 2-1 now, top of the 12th. Runner goes, and that one is popped up foul behind the plate and out of play. Popped up. Headley is there, and he'll put it away for the second out. Well, with 2 outs and Denard Span coming up, Joe's going to go to the bullpen. Going to call on the lefty Blyer. So Swarzak will hand the ball over to the manager. Giants lead this one 2-1. Coverage will start at noon with Addy batting at practice today, and then the Chevy pregame. And then we're back to call all the action right here on Yes and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. So the lefty Blyer comes on, and he will face Denard Span. Span is 1 for 5 today, and I guess I could say tonight. Runner at first base, 1 run in. Giants lead 2-1. We are in the 12th. Those are the numbers on Blyer. This will be his 12th game. Oh and 1. Strike. 0-2 on Span. Runner at first. That's Williamson. He's driven in the go-ahead run. Blyer deals the 0-2.
Oh.
1-2.
McCann sitting well off the plate, trying to see if Span will expand his strike zone. He's been a leadoff hitter for a number of years. He's kind of got his strike zone under control. Takes that one outside for a ball.
Just misses. 2-2.
It's amazing to me, this series. You've seen it time and time again how easy it is to throw strike 1, strike 2, but not able to throw strike 3. And you know, Michael, you mentioned 0-2 to 3-2, 0-2 to 2-2.
The 2-2. Still 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. We're in the 12th, and it's 2-1 Giants. Second game of this 3-game set. Yankees won yesterday 3-2. And tomorrow it's going to be Eovaldi against Samardzija. So a lot of vowels in play tomorrow. Two. Chopped right side. Grabbed by Castro. Over to Teixeira, and that'll do it. But the Giants take the lead. Can the Yankees come back and rally? They've got the top of the order to try and do it. Gardner, Ellsbury, and Beltran coming up next. the 12th inning. Remember that guy? He actually started the game many, many hours ago. I'm sure he's taking his post-game shower and he'll meet the media and boom, out, go to dinner. And they go to the bullpen again. This will be the 6th reliever. They will call on Hunter Strickland to try to close this out. You see his numbers. Yankees are 19-1 this year when they used Betances, Miller, and Chapman in the same game. And the only loss was the June 27th rain-delayed debacle against Texas. And the game was lost after they were all out. And if they lose this game, that would be the case as well, as Swarzak allowed the go-ahead run. But the Yankees have an opportunity here against Strickland, top of the order. Gardner, Ellsbury, and Beltran. 2-1, bottom of the 12th inning.
Well, let's see how this plays out. Bruce Bochy went to his closer in the middle of an inning. And now you got to try to close the game, but they do have the lead.
Strickland does have one save this year.
Oh. 1-0. And the pitch. 2-0. Well, you got to give umpires credit. You really do. I know this is tough for you, Paul, but they're behind the plate. Larry Vanover, he's soaked through with perspiration. Probably has dinner plans as well. And the ball's just off the plate. He's calling a ball rather than speeding it along.
It's a one-run game. I mean, these are important games for everybody.
The 2-0. 2-1. He's still in very good voice as well. Still a lot of the crowd remains here at the stadium. Now, a good deal have certainly gone of the 46,000 plus, but for the 12th inning, there's a lot of people still here. The 2-1. 2-2. And the 2-2. Swing and a miss. Gardner might have chased ball 3. He strikes out to start the bottom of the 12th.
A lot of run on that fastball from Strickland. You can see it almost darts off the corner of the plate. And there it is. It looks like it's going to be a strike. Then all of a sudden it's out of the zone. Gardner was maybe hoping he could just at least foul that one off and couldn't do it.
And Gardner made it a point to stop and talk to Ellsbury before he was heading back to the bench, just to tell him what he experienced at the plate. So here is Ellsbury. Laid down a sacrifice bunt in the 10th inning, put runners on second and third and went out. Yankees couldn't get it done. And a strike.
I'll get your attention there. A little running fastball at 98.
Tied him up on that one, but he held up. 1-1.
First pitch Strickland's thrown that's gone into a lefty other than the sinker.
And the 1-1. 1-2. Ellsbury 1 for 4 with a single in the sac bunt. Beltran is on deck. Grounded to second, backhanded by Green, and the Yankees are down to their final out. If the Yankees lose this game, and they still have Beltran to try to stem that tide, but this is a very, very difficult game to lose because you use the big three. Now the big three probably aren't available, any of them, for tomorrow. In all likelihood, Eovaldi's not pitching a 9-inning game, so you've weakened your ability to win tomorrow as well.
No doubt. And they've had opportunities. There's no doubt about it. This was a game that this was going to sting to either team. You know, whoever loses this game.
It's going to be an exhilarating win or a debilitating loss, one or the other.
Now, it might have stung the Giants, but they have a 4-game lead in first place.
Yep.
The Yankees need these games more than the Giants do. The Giants would like to snap their 6-game losing streak.
Yeah, but if they look at the scoreboard, the Dodgers are winning. It's their nearest pursuer in the West.
4-1 over the Cardinals in the bottom of the 5th in St. Louis. The 1-1. Grounded up the middle. Crawford with a bad hop fires to first. And the Yankees do lose this game by a score of 2-1 in 12 innings. So the Giants do break their 6-game losing streak. Cueto with a good start, and the bullpen did an outstanding job. We'll go back to the studio where Bob